wearing a mask to protect yourself, others, and our community as a whole.
You're doing your part to fight the spread of COVID-19.
So wear a mask.
For your family.
Friends.
For our community.
I wear it when I'm at the park.
When I'm picking up a cup of coffee.
When I pass my neighbor.
Because it's up to all of us.
For our future.
For Foster City. City.
By you are helping to protect yourself, others, and our community as a whole.
You're doing your part to fight the spread of COVID-19.
So wear a mask.
For your family.
Friends.
For our community.
I wear it when I'm at the park.
When I'm picking up a cup of coffee.
When I pass my neighbor.
Because it's up to all of us.
For our future.
For Foster City.
My name is Nick Vanuriaki, and I'm one of the owners of Penelope's Coffee and Tea. We've been in Foster City for about 6 years now. Our business provides coffee and breakfast for the Foster City community.
Hello, my name is Anwar Halte. I'm here a partner in Waterfront Pizza. We have been in business for 30 years, serving delicious Mediterranean food. And every year I feel like we're a big family that keeps growing and growing, and the people who come every day, they become family members.
My name is Michael Turner. Our business is Edgewater Marine LLC, and we've been operating in Foster City for about 7 years. Edgewater Marine is the Northern California electric boat dealer for Duffy Electric Boats. We sell, service, and rent boats in Foster City. Foster City has been a great place to work, great place to live, great recreational areas. There's no place like it.
It's actually going to help tremendously. It's going to help us with payroll, with rent, with utilities. It's definitely going to help.
We're very thankful for the grant that we got from Foster City, which is going to help us pay for utilities, employees, and give us a push to overcome this difficult time.
The grant has allowed me to bring all my employees back to work already. It was a big help, and will allow us to continue to operate and continue to provide services to Foster City residents and the people in the area.
We're here for you, Foster City.
We're here for you, Foster City.
We are here for you, Foster City.
We're here for you, Foster City.
And remember, Foster City, we're always here for you.
With the rising temperatures and school out of session, we know our community will want to get outdoors more. To make sure we can all enjoy the fresh air safely, the Foster City City Council wants to remind everyone to follow these important safety precautions. Remember to wear a face covering outside the home for certain activities and in places of business.
recreate with people in the same household as you.
Be cautious on the Levy Trail. We're asking joggers and cyclists to use the detour on Beach Park, leaving the pedway for pedestrians. Be safe.
Beach parks, boat docks, and walking tracks at Port Royal and Catamaran Park are currently open. Remember, walking tracks are one-way directional only.
Practice social distancing of at least 6 feet.
Seconds. Ten seconds. Welcome to the City Council of the City of Foster City and Foster City Planning Commission meeting of Monday, September 21st, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. Pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N2920, the meeting will be held by teleconference and/or video conference only. The public may participate by joining the Zoom meeting and submitting their public comments in a live meeting format. Any emails sent to publiccomment@fostercity.org will be provided to the City Council and the Planning Commission prior to the meeting. Emails sent after the start of the meeting will be provided after the meeting. Pursuant to the Ralph M. Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953, all votes shall be by roll call due to council members and planning commissioners participating by teleconference.
Thank you very much. Call the meeting to order. And roll call, please.
Roll call, council members Richa Wasti.
Present.
John Fruman.
Here.
Sanjay Gahani.
Here.
Sam Hindi.
Here.
And Mayor Catherine Mahanpour.
I'm here.
Great. Planning Commissioners Evan Adams.
Here.
Nicholas Haddad.
Here.
Ravi Jagtiani.
Here.
Richard Wyckoff.
Here.
And Chair Oliver Padgham.
Here.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 3, public. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items listed on the agenda. As a reminder, we are taking comments in a live meeting format. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please raise your hand during this time.
Thank you. I'm going to give a few seconds here for people to raise their hand.
We have a raised hand. First raised hand is Aaron Holmes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Aaron Holmes, and I hope I'm here at the right special meeting, but I'm here to talk about the rezoning of the townhouses at the end of Gull Avenue. So if I'm wrong, please let me know. So I spoke this, I pretty much said this speech at a council meeting before, and so I'm gonna repeat it again because it's very important. I was born and raised in Foster City. I went to Foster City School, Bowditch, Hillsdale. I've lived in Foster City my whole life. I'm now a teacher at Audubon for the past 15 years, which is right down the street from where this rezoning could possibly happen. So I wanted to speak just about how important I feel that it should not be rezoned. So some of my main concerns are that absolutely the lack of space. The amount of units that they're trying to put in this space is absolutely unacceptable. For obvious safety reasons, for emergencies, for all sorts of things, there is not clear exits from that area. It would have to be rebuilt on Sea Island Lane. And so I feel like that absolutely is not a safe area to build, especially such high density housing. We also have had quite a few high density buildings throughout the past few years, and I've seen them available and they're not being sold to anyone. So I feel like Foster City needs to stick with the vision that we've had from Jack T. Foster, that I teach my students all about, that this high density housing needs to stop in our city. I realize that we need people to be in our city, and I love our city. I'm a part of it in many ways, but our schools are over capacity. We have major traffic issues, and if this area was rezoned, that would just completely add to our problem on Triton, that area. So I just want to say that I strongly suggest that area not be rezoned, and I will continue to keep speaking on this. And I appreciate your time. I know everyone's working hard. I'm a teacher. I teach all day. I had 7 conferences today, and I still made the time for this because it's that important. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have another raised hand, Rob?
We do. The next raised hand is Ken Chan.
Thank you. Mr. Chan?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. So hello, first and foremost, hello members of the Foster City City Council. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm an organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with our communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes in our county. I'd first like to thank everyone on council for your leadership throughout this unprecedented pandemic. And on behalf of my organization, I'm here today to extend our appreciation for all the hard work performed by Foster City staff in identifying an affordable housing an affordable housing overlay zone to help create more housing for our community members. Thank you. To build affordable homes, we need sites, money, and leadership. This policy will provide sites. We are willing to work with the council to identify funding sources that can help make new homes a reality. Additionally, we would like to urge you to adopt a tenant relocation assistance ordinance to prevent homelessness from people in your community at risk at losing their homes at no fault of the renters. I am happy to provide details to you offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Have another hand raised?
We do. The hand is Barb.
Barb?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. Or we could. We can't now.
There, how's that?
That's better.
Okay, so most of you know who I am. My name is Barbara Grassetti, and I'm one of the tenants at Foster's Landing, the community where we got a notice that we have to either move out or the rent is going to be raised 325%. So I know, like Mr. Hindi and Sanjay, you guys have been working with us, but right now it's kind of at a standstill. And the 50 units that are going to be, we're going to have to move in December, we haven't heard anything, and it's like 3 months from now. I personally called someone at Essex that I had talked to before, and she told me, you know, don't stress about it, don't worry about it, you're going to get another year. But so far, we haven't seen any paperwork or any signing or anything of another year. And as Mr. Chan was just saying about, yeah, there are people, there's going to be 74 units that are going to be homeless in the next 3 years, unless we make some kind of a deal with Essex. So I'm not exactly sure where we should go from here, or do any of you know anything about this 1 extra year?
Marlene, do we have any update on that?
Sure, Barb. We are working with Essex to have the extension, which we'll be bringing to the council in October. So stay tuned, and if you want to email me, I can provide you additional details.
Okay, thank you, Marlene.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more raised hand. That is Matt Cohen.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
All right. Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, my grandparents live in Foster's Landing. They are in phase 1. So according to what we've learned so far, they're going to be subject to eviction at the end of this year. They're almost 90 years old. They've lived there for 20 years. They're immigrants. They have limited English. With respect to all the outreach efforts that have made so far, none of them have reached them. We've made extensive efforts from us. We're across the country. We've been constantly trying to get in touch with people over there to see what options are available for them. They've lived there for 20 years. All they want to do is spend the rest of their lives in Foster City. But unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to happen at this point. Everybody they know is there. Their doctors are there. Their caretakers are there. There's no other options for them. They make extremely low income. There's nothing in the area. Even the other low income places that they could possibly qualify for are approximately 200 to 300% more than what they're paying for rent right now. Nothing else in California is affordable to them. Like I said, they've been residents of Foster City for over 20 years at this point. They've run camps for kids in the area. They've done everything that they do in Foster City. And unfortunately, from what we've seen, and we've attended a couple of these meetings now, there's been no help offered to them at all from the city. From what I understand, there was a bidding process, and it was a little bit too high for the city to step in and pay for it. And that's unfortunate for us. There's no other option but for us to move them across the entire country and either take them in with us or put them up somewhere where it's more affordable for them. What I want to implore to you guys is, and I've attended a few of your meetings, I see people bidding on things to make the city more beautiful and flowers to put in different types of places and things like that. But I really think it's time for the priorities to get straight here and for you guys to take care of your most vulnerable citizens, which is your almost 90-year-old people that have been living there for 20 plus years. From what I've seen, this has got to be close to one of the richest cities in the county. And unfortunately, if it's too much for you guys to pay to get people to outreach and help them out and help them find something in your community, which is where they want to stay, if you could just possibly take some of that money or whatever you're willing to spend on it, if it's not as much as people are willing to submit their contracts for, and give it to them to help them with their moving expenses, because they're not going to find anything. There's no other options in Foster City that's available for them. All we can do is move them here across the entire country. Anything that you guys can spend will help us do that. They can't afford anything else. We have I think my grandfather is a engineer in Russia that moved here 25 years ago and started.
Sorry, 3 minutes.
Started camps for kids in your community. I have a librarian who moved here and did nails in your community. I think that you guys need to come together, and if you're not willing to spend as much as this bids to help people, help them find a place to live, you need to give them the money to help them with moving expenses. You guys need to support your elderly who have lived their whole life there. This is in the middle of a pandemic. They're stuck in their house. There's fires. They're sending me pictures of red skies there, and they still want to stay. But nothing is being given to them to help them stay. Just think about they're gonna have to move, and unfortunately, we don't know when the things in our area is going to be available for them to move to. So there's a chance that they get evicted. These are almost.
Mr. Cohen. Yeah. thank you for your remarks.
You said 3 minutes. I'm 2 minutes into my 3 minutes.
No,
I just want you guys
3
to think
minutes
about
are
how-
up. I'm
look,
sorry.
The 3 minutes were up. A couple.
All right, look, let me give 30 more seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I just want you guys to think about how it's going to look in the press when these guys are getting evicted. 90-year-old people are getting evicted from Foster's Landing, and you guys have given them absolutely no support at all. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to find out a little bit more of what we have been trying to do, Marlene, you could connect with him and give him an update, maybe.
Sure.
Mr. Cohen, thank you. Next raised hand.
We have another raised hand. Next raised hand is Sai, S-A-I. If you could give your, they just lowered their hand. So we do have another raised hand. A batter, if you could give your full name when you get allowed to talk to you. There you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Abdurrahim Ilamari. Yeah, I'm one of the people right here have problem in Foster City Landing. You know, we're still waiting for the update. Right now, we have almost like 3 months from the deadline. My situation, you know, my situation is like a little bit difficult. I have like a disability with 3 child. I get like only if I am do my best to looking for another place, but there is no way. I keep like applying in another places. There is no way, you know. I'm thinking if there is no solution, I'm gonna find myself in the end of this year in the streets. You know, this is the reality. I hope you guys can like help us, like do your best, and we will appreciate again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next raised hand is Maria Magala.
Maria?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I had it unmuted. I'm also a resident of Foster's Landing, and this is my first meeting I came to. I didn't have a chance before the pandemic, and I'm a single mother. I have 2 kids here. I'm the only one working right now, and it's hard. Yeah, I'm an essential worker. I work at Safeway. I've been working in the pandemic time, and we have 3 months, and I wanted to know the same situation like the others. That we need more funding. I applied different places, and they all said they're all booked. They don't have nobody. They're not accepting right now. The BMR market. I even applied for the Monteras, and they told me that I have to live in San Mateo and work in San Mateo. So they said they're preferring the people from San Mateo County. So I'm also worried, and I want to know if they signed anything for. If they were going to give us a year, because I got an email saying that they might, give us 1 more year, but I don't know anything from there. And I'm very worried. I've been here almost 20 years also. So, and it's like, I don't want to be evicted or kicked out, and I can't afford to pay, I don't know how much it'll be, $4,000 or more. I'm still looking for below market apartments, and yeah, I just want to know what's going to happen next. If there's any more fundings, or
we are actually going to take this up at a future council meeting. Correct, Marlene?
Oh, okay.
That is correct. Sometime in October. I don't have a date.
Okay, thank you.
I think, Mayor, I think we're also going to discuss it today as far as what we have been doing and where we're at.
Okay.
Right, we will cover that.
Good.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
next raised hand?
Next raised hand is Shiv Shukla.
Hello. Can you?
Oh, hi. I understand that today's meeting is to discuss on townhomes at 1601 Beach Park Boulevard as well. I saw that in agenda. So I live in this just across the townhomes, and I want to let the council and everybody know that in the local community, it is not a welcome project. It's going to be a lot of issues created with this high density project. In this effort, we have taken some steps. Sanjay Gihani ji and Richa Avasthi, both the council members, we invited them here in the local townhomes, community here. And there was a meeting early, I think last year, immediately after the gatekeeper meeting related to that project. And more than 40 people came and they raised their concern. And Sanjay Gihani said what he has said in the gatekeeper meeting also. He had shown his concern as well and wanted to listen to community voice, and Richa as well. So all the 40 people were opposing with so many issues related to parking, related to so much infrastructure around, and we do not have any 3-story buildings here. It's going to block so many things. And then apart from that, we couple of volunteers, we did a petition drive in the immediate local community. And we have got more than 350 signatures against this project from immediately local houses, single family homes we visited, and we shared about the project, and everybody was against this development. And whenever council need, we can support the hard copies of all the signatures. It is 99% of the houses, whoever are available when we went there, everyone was, this is not done. There is a school here, there is so much things. And so we have those documentation. This was done pre-pandemic situation. And so immediately next to the project. So that's the community voice. That's a very high density project. And I can submit all the, petition work whenever you guys need, and we can do bigger drive also once that situation becomes normal. If you want all the 100% houses voice also, we can bring it up. But this immediately also shows how much concern is there in the community related to this project. So I just wanted to bring this to notice to the council member if you are discussing on this thing.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next raised hand.
Next raised hand is Katerina. If you could give your full name when you're unmuted.
Hi, actually, I have Nina Hanna with me, and she has some questions as well.
Hi everybody, my name is Nina. I'm resident on Foster's Landing, long time, more than 20 years. I have a question for Miss Catherine Mahanpour. I have a letter from Mr. Cole, Director of Housing Department of San Mateo County, who confirmed that Housing Authority every month receive 100 vouchers moving to work program. This is federal program. Second, I have a letter from Mayor of Foster City, Ms. Mahanpour, dated March 20, 2000 this year. He confirmed that a sex company, Foster's Landing, have accepted and currently accepts these vouchers and any housing vouchers because it is required by Foster City Tenants Anti-Discrimination Regulation. My question, why you did not use this program? This is easy. Because City of Foster City received money from federal packet for affordable housing program. If this is not enough money, City of Foster City can appeal to federal department to give additional money. I spoke with the director, Department Housing, Urban Development in Washington, D.C., Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson confirmed this is very easy way. My question, why you don't use this way? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't quite understand your question. Did anybody understand that on the council? I didn't quite understand what the question was.
I did not either, but if she wants to connect with me separately, I can try and see if I can answer that. I know she was talking about something related to the vouchers, which is administered through the county. So I'm happy to touch. Yeah.
Let me help her to explain. Yes, she was talking about vouchers that are administered by Housing Department of San Mateo County. Every month there is a lottery, and every month they issue 100 vouchers. So Nina was asking, why can't we work it out with them and have those, vouchers maybe distributed between our residents, so it will be covered, and Foster Landing accepts these vouchers. So that could be a way to fund, their living situation.
Sure. Again, the county has to look at the vouchers distributed in a more equitable manner. So like Foster's Landing, they're dealing with other similar situations with other cities. We'll be happy to discuss it with them to see if they can give any priority. But as far as I know, they have to make sure that these vouchers are distributed in a fair manner.
Well, yeah, but have you guys tried to talking to them and see if there is a way?
Yes, we have talked to them. We have explored all the possible programs. Again, the money that the county gets is from the state, which they have to make sure that every city or every program receives equitably. And so we've had conversations with them. We are applying for joint grant funding through them, where we can use the grant money to help the Foster's Landing folks. And they have been extremely supportive of our requests and are willing to work with us. But with the vouchers, it's not quite as easy or straightforward.
So we are exploring that option. So can we move on to the next hand? I see we have some more hands raised.
The next raised hand is Angela De Leon.
Hi. So I kind of just wanted to share a little bit about my experience with trying to find a new place under the BMR programs that have, that we were placed at the top of the lists for, and also with Montera. From my experience, and so I've been told by Essex, because I had to, right before Corona, I had to reevaluate my my lease. So they ran my paperwork, and the guy told me that I was probably one of the ones that was paying the highest BMR price, and all the other ones that we've applied for, they're all way higher than my rent. So I can only imagine all the seniors and maybe disabled people that we have living here, it's completely priced out for them. So I mean, even for me, it's a lot higher, and I'd have to probably take on another job to be able to make up the difference. But I don't know how you guys run the program or if it's changed, but it's a lot more than what we're paying here. Because even Montera, which was the cheapest one, was like $300 more than what I pay here. And I know that talking to Barb, because I talked to her a lot of times too about the pricing, they even have a minimum, like you have to make a certain amount to even apply. So how are like the seniors able to do that when they're on a fixed income with Social Security? So I understand that you guys are doing what you guys can do, but unfortunately your solutions really aren't solutions for a lot of the people that are in this predicament.
Thank you. Do we have another raised hand?
We do. The next raised hand is a phone number. It starts with 892. You can go ahead and allow you to talk.
Perhaps you could tell them how to unmute themselves.
They are unmuted now.
Hello?
The 892 area code, you are on the air.
Can we maybe go to the next one until we can get in contact with 892?
Sure. The next speaker is also a phone caller, area code 130.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I also have a family there, and I have been in contact with Monica Lai from the city, who's been, by the way, fantastic and very helpful. But it's been since June that I've been discussing with her this potential contract that would extend the stay for the residents for another year. And in June, it seemed to be like an almost done deal. And now, the last time I talked to her, it seemed like it was not close to being signed. And I appreciate that you're saying that the city is, exploring various options. But, with all due respect, we are on a ticking clock here, and you're putting this off until October.
It's not the city's responsibility to provide housing.
And whoever's talking at 892, I think, could you mute? Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my point is, we can't wait until October just to find out whether or not this contract could potentially be signed or not. We need a pledge from the city that says that that you will sign a contract with Essex to extend the program for another year, since there's all these potential projects that you're working on that could be of help or may not be of help. But at the same time, we're in a pandemic. We have 3 months left till phase one, when people are going to get kicked out. And I'm still not any closer to understanding what it is that's going to be done for these residents that's going to be helpful to them. And as much as I have stayed in contact with Monica, I don't know. I think somebody said to email them for further information. I don't know if that's going to be more information than Monica has been able to provide so far. But if it's not, I'm really not sure whether this is sufficient at this point. And I don't think that waiting till October is a good idea. I think there needs to be a pledge from the city. There needs to be concrete solutions. At the very least, extend phase one and all the phases extended for another year. Allow the people additional time in this pandemic to figure out what in the world they're going to do. And I completely agree with the previous caller. I think her name was Angela. It's completely priced out. You have to have a minimum income just to apply to some of these places, and these people do not have it. The seniors do not have it.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Hindi.
So, I've heard all these calls, and I'm sure there's more to come. But I just want to, first of all, thank everybody for being here and sharing their experiences with us, and quite frankly, sharing their anxiety and their stress and their worries about their future and their housing condition. And I just want to assure everyone that the council and the city are very well aware of what you are going through. And I have to tell you 100% that the city is doing everything in its power to address this issue. And I could also assure you that the extension of the agreement that Essex had announced in June is not being delayed by the city. 100%. The city is willing to, the subcommittee, to be accurate, the subcommittee is willing to bring it to the entire council today, not tomorrow, today. But we are waiting on Essex. So staff has been in contact with Essex, I think as late as today, because this has been on the front burner for the subcommittee, Vice Mayor Ghani and myself, as well as the council, quite frankly. So everybody is anxious and everybody wants to see this post-BMR agreement through. We are not waiting and we are not hesitating and we are not committed. We are fully committed to see that no one, and I mean no one, in Foster Landing goes homeless. And we will continue to push Essex to hold Essex accountable to what they had committed to you and to us in June at the town hall meeting when they sent a memo to all of you. But I have to tell you, Essex is the one who has not come through yet, but we will continue to push and hopefully we will have some news for you and development and update on this issue. But let me assure you once again, we have full understanding of the situation that you are in. And for me, at least, this is personal. I don't want to see anyone not have a roof over their head in any time, and specifically during the pandemic. So please, let me assure you, we are doing everything in our power to keep you put to extend this agreement till we figure this out and how we move forward. So we're not just trying to figure out how we could assist you with services and relocation. We're really trying to see if we could keep you put. And I don't know, since this has not officially gone to the council, but I could tell you on the subcommittee level, we're 100% committed to extending if Essex comes through with what they proposed back in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Do we have more raised hands, Rob?
We do. The next raised hand is Jordan Grimes.
Hi, good evening. I'll try and keep my comment brief. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a member of Peninsula for Everyone. We're a grassroots housing advocacy group, but I'm speaking just as myself tonight. I wasn't planning on commenting, but I was frankly stunned and struck by the juxtaposition of the Foster's Landing residents talking about their fear and pain of not knowing what to do, of not knowing where to go, of being evicted and uprooted after decades in the community, immediately followed by a homeowner complaining about new townhomes. And for the record, 32 townhomes on an acre is not high density. There's nowhere in the world that is the case. The privilege, the lack of compassion here is just, I've been to a lot of city council meetings. I've been to a lot of meetings about housing. I don't think I've seen anything as privileged and ugly as that. The reason housing in Foster City and the Peninsula is so expensive is because our communities have refused to build enough of it, for our workforces. Foster City is one of the worst actors in this regard, as people are now discovering. The prioritization of the views and aesthetic preferences of affluent community members over the needs of affordable housing for working class people is exactly why we are where we are today. I'm looking forward to the rest of the meeting, to holding Foster City accountable, and I hope moving forward you guys choose a different path, because we've seen where this one leads and it is bleak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next raised hand, Rob.
Raised hand is Roger Babu.
Hi, good evening, everyone. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm so glad we got to talk a little bit about those 32 townhouses that the gentleman before me was, vouching for. Those not for any people that can afford those units. Each one's gonna sell for $2 million times 32, $64 million. It's not about making Foster City more affordable. It's about bringing more people and make it more congested. And I'm living in the neighborhood, and I can't imagine 3-story high density in front of my house. So, the community already spoken about that. If he is soliciting some business, through this 32 unit, he's not living in a community to say that. We're living here, we're suffering with the traffic, with schools, with everything else, and adding another 32 units, that is not homogeneous even with the neighborhood. That will hurt the value of our houses and everything around us. My kids, they're going to Bowditch, and they say there is not enough even chairs in Bowditch in a normal time to sit and have lunch outside. Schools are very dense. The streets are very dense. They're going to block the whole area with 32 units, 4-bedroom, each one. Imagine how many people is going to live there. In this little area of the church, the ex-Lutheran church, I respect everything, but if anything has to be there, to be built there, my suggestion to build homes as the one that they are already built, to continue the street with regular single-family homes, and invest in single-family homes in the neighborhood, not in high-density, high-rise 3 stories that block the sun from the houses, block the sun for even, if one of those houses want to put even solar system, it will block the sun all the morning, from reaching those houses. It's it's my concern, and if somebody wants to bring more people to Foster City, make it affordable, not $2 million each unit. Who can afford that? A teacher can afford that. A worker at the Safeway can afford that. Essential workers can afford that. Nobody can afford that. It's not for low-income people. It's not for people, essential people. It's just for making more money out of this land. Just let's invest something to benefit the community with more houses, more single-family houses that will bring the whole circle, to completion in that neighborhood. But to put 3 stories that are going to kill that neighborhood forever. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think we have one more, don't we, Rob?
We do. The next raised hand is Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a friend that lives at Foster's Landing, and basically the stories that we've heard are pretty much her story. She was limited English, so I've been trying to work through it on my own to figure out what's going on. So I do want to thank Mr. Hindi for explaining very detailed what's going on there right now. My friend has 2 daughters, and one graduated from Foster City High School, and she now went on to UCLA with honors. The second daughter is the youngest, and she has another year to try to get through high school, and that's very important to everyone there. So anyway, what my question is, and I will email Marlene also, but is there something that we can do to facilitate the extension?
I think that you can connect with Marlene and discuss that with her.
Yeah, and I will do that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. I think that was it, right, Rob?
We've got the phone caller from 892 that raised their hand again. I'm going to go ahead and ask them to unmute again. Let's see. Okay, you're unmuted. We should be able to hear you talk.
I have a feeling that might be me. My name is Helen Collins. I'm on my iPad, and every time I hit the hand, it says lower hand, and it's blue. So I don't know if that's showing. But in any event, thank you, Mr. Hindi, for explaining the situation at Foster's Landing. I've been here 25 years and I'm on Social Security, and I am so depressed that I'm on antidepressants. I just don't know what to do. I don't have any family left on the East Coast, and it's just really traumatic about thinking now I'm going to be homeless. But I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Please be assured that we're doing what we can to help the situation at Foster's Landing. So it's, we realize that it's a difficult time right now. And as Councilmember Hindi said, we're doing what we can do on our part, from our side. So I thank everybody for all the comments. I really appreciate it.
We do actually have raised hand.
Okay, I'm going to take this last raised hand. We need to proceed with our study session. So I'm going to take this last raised hand.
Okay, that last raised hand is by Bo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I kind of joined the meeting late, so I apologize if I missed out on something and if I speak out of turn or anything. But I just wanted to, I know that the council is doing what they can to protect the people that are being affected right now. And I'm just wondering if also in the future, for future projects, that if we have lower income housing available, if there is a way to work it into the projects where there is no expiration on these, because people who need these types of housing, it's not like they're going to get any humongous raises anytime soon, where when these expire, they're going to be able to afford the current market rate. So if we're going to be building high density housing and we are going to requiring lower income housing made available, there shouldn't be a reason for these types of units to have an expiration to them. I'm a Rube, I might be wrong about that, but I just wonder if there is a way to make it where there is no expiration to these types of housing in the future. And then I also just want to say that I am against the 32 units that are being proposed on the Goal Avenue property, just for the sake of egress, having 32 more units and the amount of traffic that's going to be going in and out of there with as many kids that live in that area, it's just going to be dangerous in my opinion. And I hope that the council thinks about the residents who have spoken up and the number of residents who have spoken up about how they are against having 32 additional units in such a small area. I hope that that is being listened to and not swayed in other ways, in other possible ways in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you to all the speakers. We appreciate it. We like to hear from our residents for sure. So can we go to the next item?
Right, item 4, study session. Recess into study session for 4.1 Joint City Council and Planning Commission study session to discuss housing.
Thank you very much. So let's have the staff report on this, please.
So Mayor, City Council, and also our planning commissioners, I just wanted to say a few words before Marlene and her staff gets into the study. As you can see from the comments, this is a very important issue. Housing is a very important issue for not only our state, but our community. And you can kind of see the tension of interest from our community. And we wanted to bring the Planning Commission and City Council together to kind of talk about these issues, because you have very different and distinct roles. Our City Council, you guys are the decision makers, the policy makers, and your Planning Commission, they're your advisory body on all planning issues and development issues. And so if there are opportunities for us to kind of understand the same things, ask questions, my hope is that we can get together and develop a strategy for how we deal with housing in the future for Foster City. We definitely want to preserve our neighborhoods and the character of our community. And how do we deal with some of the legal things that are coming down, the laws that are coming down, and requirements that we're going to be required to implement from the state and others, and still maintain the values of what everybody loves about Foster City. If you guys remember, just before the pandemic hit, we were prepared to have this kind of engagement session related to housing that would result in a strategy for housing. Obviously, that kind of got derailed, but tonight I think we can start with a launch and an understanding of housing issues, and hopefully we can create or develop some creative ways to resolve some of the issues that our community is talking about, and that we know is coming down the pike. So with that, I'll turn it over to Marlene, and she'll lead us through the presentation today.
Thank you, Dante. Just want to make sure if everyone can hear me fine.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and the Planning Commission. As Dante alluded to, the real purpose of tonight's meeting is just an understanding of the local and regional housing framework to just increase awareness with the residents on housing related issues. Also discuss some of the interconnectedness of housing and some other factors, and also some outreach efforts that Dante mentioned, and some tentative timelines on some upcoming housing related items. We're not here to take any actions on any of the items or development projects that's noted in the staff report, but really want to receive some comments, have an open discussion on how we can collectively address housing related initiatives and the city's long-term housing strategy. Understand that topic around housing can be pretty dense, as you could have read in the report, the long report and all the attachments. I'll try my best to break it down so the council, the commission, and also the public kind of have a better understanding of what are some of the things we're dealing with right from the state level to the local level. So Sophia, if you could switch to slide 3, please. Thank you. So as we all know, there's been some changes at the state level over the last 2 to 3 years when it's come to housing, particularly when Governor Newsom took office last year. He made affordable housing as one of his top priorities. And so what the state identified were certain housing challenges in the state. Essentially, there isn't enough housing built to catch up with the need. What in the last 10 years, we have produced on an average of less than 80,000 homes per year, whereas the need or the projected need is 180,000 homes. There's also an increased inequality and lack of opportunities. There's lack of supply and rising costs, and really making it harder for younger Californians to own and even sometimes rent housing that's affordable. Also, a lot of the people's incomes are going towards rent. It's estimated that more than 3 million households pay more than 30% of the income towards rent, and more than 1.5 million households pay more than 50% of their income towards rent. Also, homeownership rates are the lowest in California since the 1940s. There's a disproportionate number of people experiencing homelessness. We are home to 12% of the nation's population, but a disproportionate to 22% of the nation's homeless population. There's also multiple and insurmountable barriers that are being faced due to housing because of the vulnerable populations, discrimination, and inadequate accommodations for people with disabilities, which are worsening the housing situation. So what the state did last year alone is it passed more than 200 housing bills, out of which 18 bills were finally signed in order to jumpstart the housing production. As you all recently witnessed, we updated our ADU ordinance. There were 6 bills directly related to the ADU ordinance, which was directly, something that the state did last year. And so it's very important for all of us to understand the effects of these bills and future housing bills on Foster City as appointed, as elected and appointed officials. There's a lot of things that are going to be coming in front of you over the next, in the near future, as well as in the next couple of years, where we really have to grapple with housing bills, with some of the state legislation and some of the state law requirements that cities are obligated to fulfill. So next slide, please. So I'm going to give a real brief, it's almost like a housing 101, if you will, kind of show like an overview of the housing framework at the state, regional, and local levels. And the reason I think it's important to give this overview is it's, how do I say it? It is a top-down approach when it comes to housing. The state does its thing, the region does its thing, and ultimately these things get trickled to the local cities. And so we have what we call the California Planning and Zoning Law that obviously establishes a framework for local land use regulations. It requires, it mandates that every city adopts a general plan for its physical development. And the general plan is supposed to contain 7 mandatory elements, of which one of them is the housing element. Now, the state law also recognizes that local governments play a very important role in developing affordable housing. So in 1969, they mandated that all California cities, towns, and counties must adequately plan for the housing needs of everyone in their community. And this state mandate is essentially the housing element. Now, the regional housing needs allocation process, which I'll go into a little more detail over the next few slides, is a very critical part of the housing element law. And what it does is it determines how many new homes, what are the affordability of those homes, and how each local city must plan to provide for those homes at those affordability levels in their communities through the housing level. And so as part of this RHNA process, the Regional Housing Need Allocation process, the state determines a total number of residential units that need to be built and how affordable those units need to be in order to meet the housing needs of people at all income levels. And so these local needs allocations are developed by what we call the Regional Council of Governments, or COGS. And so for the Bay Area region, the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, is the COG. And ABAG's primary responsibility is to conduct the RHNA process for Bay Area. They do this every 8 years via the Housing Methodology Committee. And so they have stakeholders, local elected officials, staff, stakeholders, and various interest groups from around the region participating in this RHNA process. And so on this slide here, it kind of just gives an overview of how the RHNA works, how it trickles from the state to the regions. Next slide, please. And so on one hand, we have the RHNA from the state, and on the other hand, we have kind of the region's own blueprint, or what we call the region's land use and transportation plan, also known as the Plan Bay Area. The next blueprint, we have the Plan Bay Area 2040, I believe was the last one. This one is a Plan Bay Area 2050. It is the next long-range regional plan for transportation, housing, economy, the environment, and it is focused on resilient and equitable strategies for the next 30 years. And so some of the highlights of this plan, which is available on the Plan Bay Area ABAG website, is improving affordability for all, expanding housing opportunities, focusing growth in walkable places, saving lives and protecting communities, and positioning the region for a robust economic growth. And so it is anticipated that the planned Bay Area will be adopted in fall 2020. And by law, the RHNA plan is required to be consistent with the development pattern from the Plan Bay Area 2050. These two planning processes, the RHNA and the Plan Bay Area, they collectively seek to address the Bay Area's housing needs. However, they are over different time horizons. For example, the Plan Bay Area 2050 has a planning horizon of 2050, whereas the sixth cycle of RHNA addresses short-term housing needs, which is an 8-year cycle from 2023 to 2031. And so to achieve the required consistency, both the overall housing growth for the region as well as housing growth for each jurisdiction, it must be greater in the long-range plan than over the 8-year RHNA cycle. Next slide, please. And so this slide just basically shows the Plan Bay Area 2050 and RHNA schedule. We are almost at fall 2020, and so right now the ABAG MTC Housing Methodology Committee is wrapping up its methodology workings and trying to come up with a draft regional housing allocation for each of the cities. Next slide, please. So this is a very important slide right here. So as I mentioned just now, the state identifies the total number of homes for which each region in California must plan in order to meet the housing needs of people. So on June 9, 2020, HCD, which is the Housing and Community Development Department of the state, provided the following regional housing needs determination for the Bay Area. This covers, again, the period from 2023 to 2030. And so to your left on your screen, what you can see is the RHND for Bay Area, and the total number of units for the next cycle is 441,176 units. Now, this number is approximately 2.3 times higher than the RHND that we received for the last cycle, which was the fifth housing element cycle, and that number was 187,990 units. And so this overall increase is something we anticipated. It's very similar to what other regions are experiencing, and is primarily due to changes in the projection methodology to better account for overcrowding and other factors. And so the Housing Methodology Committee has been working on a RHNA methodology that both assigns a total number of housing units to each of the local cities and distributes each city's allocation among the 4 affordability levels, as you see, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And so the HMC is expected to finalize its recommendations this month for consideration by the ABAG Regional Planning Committee. What the HMC is doing is they are giving higher allocations to cities that have more jobs than housing or are near job centers or have high opportunity areas. What they count or call as a high opportunity area is basically determined on factors such as the quality of schools, low crime, etc. Based on all the methodologies that are being considered so far, what you see on the right side of your slide is the RHNA for Foster City, which ranges anywhere from 1,540 units to 2,180 units. And it is likely that our final allocation will be closer in the 2,000 plus range on the upper range. And so I know ABAG had a meeting this past Friday, and they were almost finalizing the option to go with the high opportunity area with the jobs proximity. And so that would put us roughly in the 2,000 plus range. Next slide, please. This is just an overview or a timeline of the housing element process and timeline. So we are right now in September 2020. The draft methodology will be submitted to the HCD, and the final methodology would be adopted by January 2021. We do, each local city have some time to review their allocation and appeal if they want to. So the appeal deadline is May 2021, and by July 2021, ABAG will adopt the final RENA plan, and by December 2022, January 2023, each of the local cities have to adopt our housing elements. But a lot of the groundwork for the housing element has to start way before this in order to have a meaningful public engagement. And as Dante mentioned earlier, come up with a housing strategy for Foster City. Next slide, please. So this one is, again, ties back to the housing element and the local framework. We have our Foster City general plan that identifies goals, housing goals, and those are listed here. It talks about reinforcing the city's commitment to meeting housing needs, protecting existing housing, community character and resources, protect the supply and affordability of rental housing, and consider potential public and private redevelopment opportunities to increase the supply of housing, address affordable and special housing needs. And so what you see here, the Foster City General Plan serves as a constitutional blueprint for development in the city. It is a long-range planning document, and so these goals are in the city's blueprint. State regulations regarding what needs to be in a housing element are found in California Endowment Code sections. And so again, as you can see, a lot of the process, the RENA, the housing element, it's all mandated by state laws and regulations. And so each of the city's housing elements must identify how we meet our local needs allocation. We must identify specific sites for development of housing for all income levels. And if we have insufficient existing sites, we must identify sites that could be rezoned to allow for the development of housing units at densities that would meet the city's RENA numbers. Next slide, please. And so what I'm going to do after this slide is take a break, pause for discussion. I know I covered a lot in the last few slides. And so before I jump into the next half of the presentation, I'd like to open the floor for discussion, but let me just cover what are some of the challenges we are going to face as part of the next housing element cycle. Is basically being able to identify sites. As we all know, we are built out. We don't have any vacant parcels. We know that our RENA numbers are going to be in the range of 2,000 units. And so there are several new requirements in the sixth housing element cycle that really make it challenging for cities as they embark in the housing element update process. So there's an increased scrutiny or analysis of housing sites. And so those are listed here. The state also wants to make sure that housing elements affirmatively further fair housing, make sure they include that we include an assessment of fair housing practices. And also they have a provision of no net laws that require adequate site capacity at all times for all income levels. And so these are some additional things or additional changes that are part of this cycle. And so we have 21 elements in San Mateo County that is helping all the local cities navigate through this process and understand everything. And so this is something that will be coming to the Planning Commission and the City Council over the next 2 to 3 years. It is going to be a long process. And Leslie Carmichael, our consulting planner, will be taking a lead on this initiative. And so with that, I want to take a pause and ask if anyone has any questions, or Madam Mayor, I don't know how you want to moderate this. I'll leave it to you.
I have one question that's started off. Do we know what the vacancy percentage is now in Foster City with the units that are available?
In terms of the rental vacancies?
Rental vacancy.
Or, okay.
Any kind of a vacancy rate you can give me.
I can try and find that information for you. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I know I recently emailed that information to someone. So let me see if I can find that for you.
Thanks. If people would raise from the either the planning commissioners or the council members, if you want to raise your hand so that we can have some kind of order to this, it would be great. If you have any questions, and if there are no questions, then we'll move on.
Okay. All right. Okay. So as we heard from a lot of the comments from tonight, is affordable housing continues to be the biggest challenge for the state and for us. So the challenge basically is some of the long commutes, contributing to regional traffic problems and greenhouse gas emissions, displacement of households that cannot afford to stay in the community as housing costs rise, displacement of people who grew up in Foster City who cannot afford to remain in the area, and economic impacts of employers having difficulty recruiting and retaining employees who cannot afford to live near their jobs. And so these are some real challenges that cities and the state is facing with housing in general. What is considered overpaying for housing is if a household is paying more than 30% of their income, they're considered overpaying or cost burden. And so according to data published by the Housing and Urban Development HUD, about 31% of households in Foster City are paying more than 30% of their income for housing, and approximately 13% are paying more than 50% of their income. With that said, we have also made significant progress or an effort in trying to provide affordable housing. Over the past cycle, a housing element cycle, or to date, we have created about 499 affordable housing units. We also adopted a 20% inclusionary policy, one of the higher percentages in the county and the region towards affordable housing. What this means is anytime a housing development is built, 20% of the new housing units are required to be affordable. We adopted the commercial linkage fee that requires commercial developers to pay towards the city's affordable housing fund. And recently, as you all know, we streamlined our requirements for accessory dwelling units in an effort to spur housing. And so what you have in your packet is also a summary of these affordable units by income level and the housing income limits for San Mateo County.
Can I interrupt you, Marlene? I see Councilmember Fruman has a question.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Marlene. On the topic you're on right now, you mentioned that Foster City has a 20% inclusionary policy regarding new developments, and that's higher than most, if not all, other communities, and 499 affordable units. And I think I saw it in your report that we were one of the top 5% of the cities in the state regarding compliance with the housing element. Just interested in what Gavin Newsom or the state of California has given to the city of Foster City in the way of awards, recognition, credits, or otherwise for attaining those results.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman, for that question. So basically, you're right. We are actually one among the 29 cities that have met our prorated very low and above moderate income RHNA units. And so the state, the way it's rewarding us is they're not subjecting us to streamlined ministerial approval process under SB 35. SB 35 requires streamlined review process for housing projects where the cities have little discretion if housing projects were to come to the table. As an example, I believe it's the cities of Cupertino I forget, there's another city in the peninsula that had a major housing development project that was subject to SB 35. So that's one way the state has rewarded us, but not to say that they can change their mind and have a subject to it in the future.
Thank you.
Evan Adams has his hand raised. Commissioner Adams.
Marlene, thank you, Mayor. Marlene, you just mentioned streamlining. And since this is a study session, I've been trying to understand better when are we subject to streamlining? In the staff report, in the full packet on page 14, you talk about the cities at risk of losing eligibility for grants and other funding for affordable housing, as well as penalties in the form of mandatory streamlined approvals for affordable housing projects. So at what point do we stop does the state call us on not making progress in regards to affordable housing, low-income housing and such? And that supply streamline.
Sure. I'll try and attempt to answer that question for you, Commissioner Adams. However, I might take the help of our city attorney, Jean, on this. My understanding is if the city has promised or adopted housing implementation programs in its housing element and are not making an effort towards implementing those programs, as an example, we'll talk about this a little later, the affordable housing overlay zone, then the state could very well subject us to penalties. Or say, for example, we have a housing project that comes to the table and it checks off all the boxes in terms of meeting its general plan and zoning requirements, and the city, for some reason, maybe because it subjective design standard, for whatever reason, decides that it is not going to approve that project, then yes, we could be penalized by the state. And so I will leave it to Jean if she wants to add anything.
No, Marlene, I think that's a good explanation. Thank you.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Adams?
Just to understand that so we could potentially be subject to streamlining now or at some later date?
At some later date. I think based on so every year we have to submit an annual report to the state showing what we have done in terms of housing. And so as an example, the affordable housing overlay zone is something we promised that we would provide as part of the housing element implementation program. As long as the state sees that we are making an effort towards those programs, we'd be okay.
So the tripwire is when we stop making progress.
Correct.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Rick, Commissioner.
Are we in a position to make comments now or just ask questions?
I think now just ask questions, and then when she's done with her presentation, we can go ahead and comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Marlene.
Okay, thank you.
And
so next slide, please. And so as I just mentioned, the housing element, we have a list of implementation programs, many of which are ongoing. However, what I've highlighted here is three major implementation efforts that are probably the most significant in the next year or two. As we all know, Foster's Landing, the expiring affordable housing covenant, has been the biggest focus for the city this year. What we have at Foster's Landing, as we just heard from the tenants, is some expiring below market rate units, about 74 units expiring by the end of 2023. Not all of them end this year. The first phase 1, 50 units expire by the end of the year, 4 units by the end of 2021, 10 units by 2022, and the last 10 by 2023. And so just as a way of background, this development, when it was originally entitled in the 1980s, it was using when we still had the redevelopment agency, when we used tax increment credits to subsidize the rents at this development. And so the covenant, or the affordable housing covenant, had an expiry date on it, which is actually typical of housing developments that were developed under the state redevelopment agency back in the day. So this situation, unfortunately, is not entirely unique to Foster City. There are cities in the state that are starting to see a lot of their affordable housing units expire because of these restrictions that were put in place back in the day. With that said, as the council is aware, staff has been working with the subcommittee and the city council to evaluate various programs. We did have some progress this year. We amended the city's address tenant preference policy. We also did a third amendment to the Foster's Landing Affordable Housing Agreement so we can start capturing the rent differential. And we also issued an RFP for tenant relocation assistance services program. And so what we're doing right now is we have been in conversations with Essex to kind of move and kind of almost wrap up the steps in the sense that we want to come back to the council soon with some of these remaining strategies that we had originally identified, which included an early relocation assistance bonus program, a fourth amendment to the affordable housing agreement, and a post-BMR agreement. And so what will come back to the council is some of these options and what it is likely going to cost the city. Like I mentioned, we have affordable housing funds, not a lot of it. And so we have limited resources that we can use towards assisting these tenants. And so these policy decisions will be brought to the council soon so we can assure the tenants at Foster's Landing that we will be, making sure that they don't have to, immediately face any inconvenience. The extension, for example, is something that would be brought to the council for consideration. So we will have a meeting as early as October to kind of wrap up these discussions, and hopefully we'll see that at least the tenants don't have to face any inconvenience during this pandemic. And so any questions? Yes.
Yes, there is a question. Councilmember Hindi has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Marlene, my understanding is staff is about to meet with Essex one more time again tomorrow or sometime soon.
That is correct.
So I want to be here on the record because I know I have been in private, but I want to be here on the record today to make sure that we need to get an answer from Essex about the post-BMR agreement, because for me, this is the most critical agreement that we need to get Essex to commit to one way or another so we know where Essex stands. And we have our residents are under threat, and as we heard today, they are under extreme level of stress and anxiety. And I, as you know, you were on the meeting, I have stressed the same sentiment to Essex directly, that we need to wrap these discussions as time is running out, and there is no reason to prolong this. We need a commitment, and we need to get an answer. So it is my request that tomorrow when you meet with Essex, the team meets with Essex, that this urgency is stressed one more time, and that council is expecting to get an answer without any further delays. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman has a question.
Yes, thank you. Two questions. Marlene, I know you haven't necessarily completed your discussion on Foster's Landing, but I ask a question regarding the program there. If you can explain, please, to the public the rent setting program that is used for Foster's Landing compared to standard BMR units everywhere else in the city and county. And if the city of Foster City were to implement the BMR strategy that's throughout the rest of the community and elsewhere, if we had done that at Foster's Landing in the 1980s, how many of the people who are currently living there under this program would be able to live there today?
Sure. Councilmember Fruman, to answer part one of your question, what makes Foster's Landing extremely affordable compared to some of the other BMR units in the city or other cities is that the rents are based on 30% of the annual household income. And so a single parent or a retired senior who is on limited fixed income only is paying 30% towards rent. It's very unique. And if this were in place back in the day when the agreement was executed, I don't know, I would say maybe probably 50% of the tenants, and that's just a very rough estimate, would have been able to afford paying the rents at this location. So we have, as an example, rents as low as $300 to $400 per month at Foster's Landing.
All right, thank you, Marlene. And one other follow-up question. If you've talked about several programs that we've discussed at the council level to try to assist these residents, and aside from COVID, which is very unique and clearly an issue related to this first phase of the group, if we're able to help the Foster's Landing residents financially get through this situation, how do we ensure that we have sufficient funds available to do exactly the same level of assistance to other residents who live in BMR units currently when they expire?
So we don't have any similar affordable covenant restrictions, at least not in the next 15 years or 10 to 15 years. And most of our affordable housing agreements are in perpetuity. And so what the council's decision when we come back to them with some of these other programs is we have X amount of dollars in our affordable housing funds. We're probably anticipating Y dollars to our linkage fee. And so how much of it is what we want to spend towards Foster's Landing while keeping or preserving some of the remaining funds for future similar needs. And that's a council policy decision, which will be coming to you.
You mentioned the linkage fee. Could you describe that again?
Sure. So the commercial linkage fee is a fee that developers, commercial developers, basically anything that's non-residential, have to pay anytime they build non-residential development. For example, someone who wants to build 1,000 square feet of office space is assessed 1,000 times $27 per square feet. So that's the amount of commercial linkage fee that they would pay. And that money is used towards affordable housing needs.
And that's even for expansion, because clearly we don't have a whole lot of land that's available to be developed right now. But when somebody's expanding a property, that would apply?
Yes, it would apply. As an example, Family Dental is expanding their office, and so they are required to pay the affordable linkage fee as part of that expansion.
Cool. Excellent. Thank you, Marlene.
Sure.
Marlene, I have a question.
Yes. Commissioner Padham.
Yes, I was just looking at these phases of closure at Foster's Landing. Could those be adjusted in any kind of way? Because you know, the first phase, you got 50 units in 4, 10, 10. I don't know. I guess that's the way it was set up in the beginning, but could that be adjusted to equally phase out in the year?
Actually, Commissioner Padham, the original agreement had all 74 units expiring by the end of 2020. What happened, I believe it was 2018, is Essex, the property owner, defaulted or did not meet their obligation in keeping some of these units rental, and I'm not fully aware of the history, but that triggered an amendment to the original agreement, and these 4 phases, some of the units got extended by a couple more, 2 to 3 more years. So at this point, there is nothing that can be done to change this. That was part of that, I believe it was the second amendment to the original agreement.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other raised hands, so continue, Marlene. Thank you.
Sure. So again, we'll be coming back to the council shortly with more discussion related to Foster's Landing. As I mentioned earlier, the study session is really kind of to give a broad overview of everything that the city is grappling with, not only in terms of legislation, but also what's happening at the local level. And so the next two implementation efforts I would have our consultant planner, Leslie Carmichael, briefly go over those. And these are, again, some of the initiatives that would be coming to the city council in the near future.
Hi, good evening. So I'm going to talk about the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone, and that was included in the 2015 housing element. The concept is it's an overlay zone that's added to the existing zoning and would allow housing sites to be redeveloped at a higher density. So the proposal was to apply these to existing apartment developments, many of which were developed in the 70s and 80s at relatively lower densities. And we call it the AHOZ, was included because although we were able to count some of the housing that was approved in Pilgrim Triton and in Foster Square, we were still short being able to show we had enough housing sites to meet the RHNA. And so if we didn't find capacity for housing on existing housing sites, we were going to have to go convert other properties like commercial properties into residential, allowed residential development. So the city chose to go this route with the AHOZ, apply it to some existing apartment developments. A lot of them are in the process of redeveloping or refurbishing their properties anyway to stay competitive. And at the time, we even had a proposal from Harbor Cove to go ahead and add additional units to their property, which they later withdrew. So the housing element was approved with the AHO zone in it, as basically what Marlene said, that we promised we were going to follow through and actually adopt it. And so that is something that we are proposing to get back before you this fall and early next year. We would have you adopt a resolution of intention to officially start that process. And it would go through the normal zoning review process with the Planning Commission. They would make a recommendation and then come back to the council for final action. The housing element proposed 4 different properties: Beach Cove, Franciscan, Sand Cove, and Shadow Cove for designation with this zone. In the meantime, we have a proposal from the owners of Lantern Cove to add additional units at their property. So that is another potential site.
Leslie, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
So what happens to us if we identify these and then they don't follow through with any renovations whatsoever? I mean, it's not up to us to renovate these properties if they're privately owned.
Correct. We just have to show that there's the capacity for those units to be developed. In the next housing element, there are a lot more requirements for what we have to do to analyze the sites and their development capacities. But for this, the Affordable Housing Overlay Zone, we just need to follow through, adopt the zone, and apply it. I want to mention one more thing here. The housing element, to show the capacity for the RHNA, it's not just the total number, it is the RHNA at those various income levels. So the other thing the AHOZ is intended to do is provide some additional incentive to get more proportion of the very low and low income units so that our total number doesn't have to be so high. If we can meet those lower income, unit requirements.
So what happens to the residents when, I mean, if these are going to be developed, they're going to be adding units, what happens to the residents who will be displaced while their renovations are going on?
The property owner would be required to present a relocation plan. They're not proposing to remove all the units on the site. They're in the case of Lantern Cove, for example, they're proposing to remove units on a portion of the site and build at higher density on just a portion of the site. So they have some capabilities to relocate people on the site or to their other properties in the area or to other properties that they don't own. So they would present that relocation plan as part of their proposal for review.
Okay, and I see Councilmember Hindi has a question.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Leslie. So just so we understand, not only do we have to identify, I think we also are required not to block, or we cannot stop, say the property owner comes in with their plan to go through with the project, correct? Otherwise, we'll be facing the penalties from the state. So long as we identify it and no one takes action, that's fine. But if a property owner wants to go through with the project, then really the city, they can't say no, but eventually they'll be sued.
Correct. Property owners are able to apply for housing projects and could apply using density bonus, for instance, to add units to these properties under the current law. But the fact that we have also put this in our housing element, and if we don't do it, they have kind of another leg to stand on when they come in with their housing proposal to limit the city's ability to say no to them.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, so we are called under affordable housing overlay zone, but not all those units, the increase in units will be affordable housing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's still the 20% inclusionary rate applies.
What our thinking was, and again, it's all subject to council approval when it comes back, but what our thinking was not to require the 20%, but to require a larger percentage of the very low and low, like I was saying. So the total might be less than 20%, but we get more of those lower income units that are really hard to come by.
And the reason for this strategy or this request would be to meet where we have deficiency currently in meeting RHNA.
Correct.
And what do you think about if we were actually to even start to entertain requiring higher than 20% inclusionary rate? What did you think about that? Did you evaluate that on a staff level?
We did not. When we did the commercial linkage fee, there was a nexus study that analyzed the economics of affordable housing and inclusionary requirements. And so anytime you're going to adopt a requirement like that, either for fee or the inclusionary percentage, you have to be able to show that what you're doing is reasonable and it's not going to be a big impediment to the development of housing. You know, you adopted a requirement that wasn't economically feasible, you would be challenged and not be on a very good footing to defend that.
And do you think then, I'm looking, say, for example, an existing property today that has an apartment complex that exists today, compared to a new project that the developer will have to purchase land and do the construction. An existing property, they don't have to purchase the land. The land has already been purchased. So in essence, they have more room, if you will, for the project to pencil out compared to a completely new project. Would that be something to show that it is, we're not putting obstacles, if you will, towards that project being successful, even if we demand or require a higher inclusionary rate.
It's something we can look at, but I don't have the information to make a judgment on that.
Understood. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman has a question.
Yes, thank you. I had a question regarding, on this slide, it mentions directing the Planning Commission to consider the rezoning of the properties. Leslie, if you can clarify for me, it was my understanding that the zoning under which these communities were built allows them a higher density than they actually built. I'm confused as to why they would need to be rezoned.
To apply this overlay zone.
Oh, so the rezoning is just for the overlay zone, not changing their density zoning classification.
Correct.
Okay. The other question is kind of almost a statement more than a question, but you had mentioned that if we didn't identify these apartment communities as places to add affordable housing or add additional housing, we may have to go into commercial areas. And if we add housing to commercial in place of commercial areas, then we're removing jobs, which moves jobs further away from the people that were moving into town, which creates a commute issue that we're trying to solve. And if we have to use retail, which I know is not a popular choice in our community, if we lost retail, then at what point does quality of life in the community play a role in the expansion of housing? We could expand housing and have a community that is like Atherton or Hillsborough, that is all housing and no business, and try to figure out how to operate in a situation like that, where our residents have to go to some other community to get their groceries, they have to go to some other community to go to work. None of our community members will be able to work in town because there won't be any place to work. I guess I'm concerned that none of this is being considered by the state, not you, Leslie. I know that you have a grander thought than that. But it's a real concern. The state does not seem to be giving much consideration to these other pieces that play a role in this housing situation. I guess there really wasn't a question there, sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Wasti has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Leslie, my question is on the timeline that you have listed here. What is that based on, and what happens if we don't meet that timeline?
The timeline is based on just kind of the basic, getting it through the various steps that it needs to go through. What happens if it delays? Probably nothing, although it's going to start overlapping with our need to get busy with the next housing element. So we'd like to get this over and done and on the books so we can move on. We're going to have our hands full with the next housing element issue.
And also to add to Leslie's response, there is a chance that the state might, penalize us by subjecting us to SB 35 when we are ready to submit our next housing element progress report in April of 2021.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams has a question.
Hi there. So on this slide, specifically, Beach Cove, Franciscan, Sand Cove, and Shadow Cove, those were already included with the possibility of adding Lantern Cove. So does this mean that something like other areas could be added if so requested from people? I'm thinking as like a carrot regarding Essex and Foster's Landing.
Yeah, other sites could be considered.
And,
thank you.
And also, Commissioner Adams, most of the apartments in Foster City that were originally built back in the day were developed at densities much lower than the general plan densities. So in your staff report, there is an example for Franciscan, right, that was developed at 18.91 units per acre, resulting in 122 units. But even without applying the affordable housing overlay zone, they could, under the current general plan density, build up to 35 units to acre, which almost doubles the number of units that's out there now. And a lot of apartments are very similar to this example.
Thank you, Marlene. Yeah, I'll have a follow-up question on that in about 2 slides. So thank you.
Thank you. No more raised hands, so continue, Leslie.
All right, let's go to.
Hey, pardon me, I'm starting to feel like maybe I'm a potted plant here. I've been raising my hand.
It's not showing up. I'm sorry. It's not showing up on my thing.
Oh, okay. I'm holding my comments, but I do have a question that I think is germane. I don't know how many dollars we've spent on addressing these state mandated housing requirements and how much we've spent for consulting fees on that. And my question is, have we billed the state for our costs under the provisions of unfunded state mandates?
No, there are some state funding that's being used for the next housing cycle, though, and this as well. The SB2 money is being used for the AHOZ effort.
So Commissioner Wyckoff, we applied for 2 planning grants, the SB2 planning grant and the LEAP grant, which is the Local Early Action Regional Planning Grant, and a combined grant money of $310,000 was awarded to Foster City. And these funds are used to cover staff time and consultant time for these housing implementation efforts, including what we did on the ADUs, the AHOZ, the housing element, and some of these efforts.
So that would be funding for the unfunded liabilities that are being mandated. Is that correct?
These would have otherwise come from, yes.
Okay, thank you. I do have other comments when comment time comes up.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Awasthi has her hand up again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a very quick question around the cost. I meant to ask this when, Marlene, you were presenting Foster's Landing plan. Is there an idea on, even if it's a rough idea, on staff time spent on that and coming up with various solutions, etc.? Just a rough idea?
Not off the top of my head, Councilmember Awasthi.
Yeah, and I would request that, I mean, not right now, but if you can follow up on that. I would like to understand staff time devoted to Foster's Landing overall, and potentially be able to translate that in terms of, dollars, if possible.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't see any other raised hands, so I guess we can continue.
Okay, next slide, please. To go kind of along with the affordable housing overlay zone, we're proposing multifamily objective design standards. So design guidelines were proposed in the housing element to go with the AHOZ, but actually we believe broadening that a bit to multifamily objective design standards is appropriate. Over the years, the state has, in the legislation, made objective design standards a lot more important. And there are, basically the city cannot use subjective design review standards any longer to deny or reduce densities. So we need to have objective standards if we're going to have any hope of guiding the design of these developments. In a lot of other cities, you've probably seen in the news and what Marlene referred to in the SB 35 streamlining approval process. because we were able to permit a bunch of units at the very beginning of this housing element cycle, we were not subjected to those SB 35 streamlining process. But the other cities have had to develop these objective design standards so that that can guide the design of those projects. And now we need to go ahead and do that as well. So we have here also in early 2021, we're proposing to get those started. We have some community engagement proposed to go with that, and hopefully wrap that up by the middle of next year. Are there any questions on that?
I see Councilmember Fruman's hand up.
Thank you. Marlene, when we're talking about the objective standards, is this a place where we could legally put in a requirement related to a percentage of land being reserved for open space? Not talking about parking lots and walkways, but the density that a lot of places are being built at leaves really no room for anything other than living. And we have children that will be living in these places. We have people that need exercise and the ability to go outside and recreate. Is there a way that that type of requirement could be put in as an objective standard?
I believe so. I'll let Leslie answer that.
Yes, that you can do that a number of different ways, but yes, that could be an objective standard.
Thank you.
Commissioner Adams' hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Along Councilmember Fruman's question, when we sent up the ADU, we did not send the ADU ordinance up with objective design standards. I think because, or at least in my mind, was specifically to be able to have more control and decide what we want. When it comes to ADUs and in general, these objective design standards, how does the state determine if something is, quote, infeasible under the HAA? I understand things like park access or open space, but what sort of actual building design standards are we able to do? Lookbooks, specific features of a building, HVAC, air conditioning requirements, those sort of things. Access, another one might be ADA access. What sort of things can we use to shape this to the maximum objective way possible so that it isn't subjective?
It has to be no personal or subjective judgment as it's referenced here on the slide. You know, you can have sort of numerical things for sure, the lot coverage, the open space area percentage, all that. And then there are ways to have some of the design standards be more objective as well. The window glazing area compared to the other surface area, the you know, height, the daylight planes, there's where the entries are. There's a number of options that we'll be looking at.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand where does it become unfeasible?
There's probably, the answer is in court, you find that out.
Yeah, we don't have a set of a guidance document or anything along those lines from the HCD, especially as it relates to ADUs. I know they were getting ready to put a guidance document out related to some of the questions that have come up for ADUs, and we don't have that yet. But again, as Leslie mentioned, as long as it involves no personal or subjective judgment, it passes the litmus test. It cannot be gray. It has to be more black or white.
Okay, so things like wall bearing and foundation support, those can all be objective things that we include to make sure that we take all of that into condition. Could we even take into standards the original models of some of the neighborhoods in Foster City in terms of what those were used for?
Sure. So the foundation and stuff like that would be covered under the building codes, which are generally very black and white. But say, for example, there's an HOA with very distinct architectural character and features. An objective design standard could say that the ADU must match the design and materials used in the main house. There is really no personal or subjective judgment. If the main house uses stucco, then the ADU will be using stucco. So yes, that qualifies as an objective design standard.
That's exactly what I was asking. Thank you so much.
But as I understand it, Marlene, if it's under 800 square feet, we can't say that it has to match the house design.
Correct, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for pointing that out. So state law, as it relates to ADUs, if the ADU meets the minimum standards for the 800 square feet, they're not subject to, they can do whatever they want. But anytime they want more than the minimum standards, then the objective design standards would apply to those ADUs.
Thank you.
We cannot preclude 800 square feet ADU on any grounds.
Councilmember Fruman has a question.
Yes, thank you. As it relates to the standards, typically our planning commission has for many, many years made it very clear to folks that wanted to renovate homes, build homes, add additions, that those homes needed to be in similar form to other homes in their neighborhood. They needed to blend, basically. They needed to be exactly, but they needed to blend. That was one of the significant purposes, it seemed, of our planning commission. Do we lose that? Because we got homes in certain neighborhoods that are wood shingle siding. We have other neighborhoods that are stucco. Can we still do that, or do we really lose that opportunity with objective standards?
So what we are talking about the objective design standards as it pertains to second units or ADUs for the time being, but single family remodels and other type of renovations would default to the city's architectural and solar guidelines, which, by the way, at some point we will be coming back to update, at which point we could have further discussions on how we can, update those guidelines. But those, to my understanding, they're not required to follow the objective design standards. These are particularly to facilitate the production of affordable housing, to streamline the review process, and so that's where these kick in.
But okay, so I got it wrong on the single family home neighborhoods, but on this slide it says, why should we adopt the multifamily objective design standards? I understand what you're saying about the ADUs, and I agree 100% that with what's been discussed regarding matching building types and things like that. But we would have similar issues with these multifamily dwelling apartment complexes and things like that in a neighborhood. Wouldn't we want them to be complement the neighborhood as opposed to stand out from the neighborhood?
And that's, sorry, and that's what we will try to write into these standards. But to not have standards, that will make the city lose the ability to have some design control.
No, I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Owasti has her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick clarification, Marlene, on ADUs under 800 square feet, you mentioned we can't have any restrictions. How about the HOA rules for those cases? Will the state requirement trump HOA rules?
I'm actually going to defer that to Kai, our Deputy City Attorney.
Sure. Thank you, Marlene, and good evening, Council. There is, as part of the package that the state of laws that the state passed on ADUs, there is one of those bills dealt with HOA restrictions and HOA covenants that restrict certain types of building. And in some cases, Councilmember Owasti, you are correct that some of those restrictions will no longer be enforceable. From the city's perspective, that those are sort of private contracts between the HOA and the homeowner, so the city doesn't really play a role in that. But you are correct that the state has also targeted HOA restrictions.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so I guess we could continue, Leslie.
Okay, I think the next slide is Marlene.
Thank you, Leslie. So again, we kind of briefly talked about Lantern Cove. There's a couple of housing development projects that are currently in the entitlement process. We have a preliminary review application for Lantern Cove. The proposal includes a 588-unit residential development. This includes the 168 existing and 420 new dwelling units and some additional parking. And we also have the 32 townhome units proposed at 1601 Beach Park Boulevard. We don't have a formal application for rezoning and general plan amendment yet. We were working through the environmental review process for that project right before COVID. And so once the applicant submits for the rezoning general plan amendment, these projects would be coming back to the Planning Commission and eventually to the City Council. Next slide, please. And so as you, if you remember, last year the city had embarked on some of its community engagement efforts as it relates to housing, and we were taking the help of County's Home for All community engagement program. And essentially, we were trying to develop new effective methods of reaching out to and engaging with our community members. And so when we had a kickoff meeting, we identified some goals for this community engagement process, primarily to build a more diverse and representative level of participation in civic decision-making by reaching out to non-participating or underrepresented groups, just broaden and deepen the community's understanding of housing and other factors impacting Foster City, as well as state and regional requirements, and also to establish a foundation for productive conversations about how Foster City can best address the challenges of housing moving forward. And so we had started the process. We had done some outreach efforts. We had identified some pop-up events. I believe we had a couple of them, but unfortunately, right when we were in the middle of it, we had to pause our efforts. And so Interim City Manager Hall and I have been in communications with County Home for All in trying to see how we can shift the community engagement process to a more virtual means, using virtual tools and methods. And we've internally bounced off some ideas on this process. We have also put a lot of resources on the city's housing page for community members to read up, educate themselves about the housing issues that the city is faced with. So we will come back as we figure out a program where we can shift towards virtual participation. And these again would all be again part of the various efforts that we are undertaking, whether it's the AHOZ, the multifamily objective design standards, the housing element process itself would involve stakeholder and community engagement. And so how all these efforts kind of overlap and how we can have that one cohesive conversation about housing is something that's very critical to us. And because I think as elected and appointed officials, you want to know what the community thinks about all these different initiatives that the city is going to be embarking on. So we'll be coming back with a strategy on how we want to push our community engagement efforts to more online, towards online resources. And the next slide, I would have our Deputy City Attorney. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry, I'm
Councilmember
sorry.
Hickey has his hand up. I think he had a question on the last slide.
Actually, a quick comment, Mayor and Marlene. Obviously, when we started, or you started, staff started this program, the idea was to have face-to-face community engagement, and we wanted to bring everybody in and to hear from them. For me, one of the biggest challenges has always been is how do we schedule these meetings in a way, in a time and in a place where we could engage more members of our community. And that has always historically been the challenge, is just because of the timing. Most people work long hours, and both household moms and dads working. So it was extremely difficult to get people who are working long hours, non-traditional 9 to 5 hours. So my 2 cents here, I think this might be more conducive for us, having a virtual engagement, not just by means of surveys, but really actual meetings. And with Zoom and other virtual meetings, I think it will afford our residents and our community members the opportunity to participate at a higher level. And so it might be really not a bad thing. I know we took a break, but it's as we reorganize, I think we should be not hesitant to do that in a quick manner, because quite frankly, I think it's a really good time to do so, and a good time to do it because of the level of participation that you might be getting and the diverse participation that you might be getting in this situation than your traditional time. Just 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll have Kai take over.
Thank you again, Marlene, and good evening again, Council and Commissioners. Real brief, we've just summarized two housing-related bills that passed this past September 1 at the end of the legislative session. As you probably read in the staff report, this is not sort of the broad housing policy overhaul that everyone sort of expected this year from the state. And we sort of attribute that to the pandemic and focus being sort of taken away from the housing crisis that the state is in. But I don't think that the state is going to stop here. And as you probably read in the staff report, there was another bill that seemed right on the doorstep of passage, and then the end of the legislative session happened before it could get to a final vote. And that would have done a much more, that would have taken a much more aggressive action towards requiring that housing be permitted, particularly in single-family zoned lots. These two bills that we've summarized here are really just about increasing the density bonus under the density bonus law. And then when we do our next housing element update, we'll have to adhere to these new parameters about allocating at least 25% of the RENA for moderate and above moderate units to site zones for at least 4 units. And that's really, if you look, maybe not in our city, but if you look across the state and regionally, those are the 2 areas that there is a significant deficiency in housing stock. So that's what that law is about. And I can take any questions about either of those things.
I have a raised hand from Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kai, a question on AB 2345. If I understand the wording there correctly, it decreases the number of affordable units, percentage of affordable units that are required for a developer to access these incentives, which lowers, in Foster City terms, basically, if we wanted to give incentives, we go down from 20 to 15 or 10, and they could still get incentives. Is that what that means?
Yeah, so it's basically doing 2 things. And Marlene probably knows a whole lot more about this than I do, but it's the housing bonus law, or the density bonus law, essentially sets thresholds and then sets benefits that increase in how lucrative they are, how great they are, how much bonus you get based on how how many more affordable units you can create. So what this new law is doing is basically it's lowering the thresholds, but it's also increasing the carrot, the bonus that you could get.
They could still, but I guess the concern I have, and I'm going to refer back to Governor Newsom and his California for All. Well, for all means people who have difficult means to afford housing. And if we're going to allow developers, in this case, on the lower end of things, to continue building and still give them incentives, even though they're decreasing the number of affordable units, it doesn't seem like we're reaching the California for All objective. That's the first part. The second part is on AB 725. I guess I just don't understand it. Can you give us an example in Foster City, how this affects us and what we would need to do?
You're talking, excuse me, you're talking about AB 725 now, or are you still talking about AB?
Now with 725 is the question, really. The other, I guess, was more of a comment. How do we do this? I mean, it says 25% of the moderate and above moderate sites is zoned for at least 4 units. Are you saying that we need to take single family home parcels and make them 4 units? 25% of our RHNA numbers have to do that? I'm confused.
So you're starting to go down the path. Luckily, so this bill just passed earlier this month, about 3 weeks ago. And luckily it doesn't go into effect until we have to do our next housing element after the year 2021. So we have some time to sort of strategize and figure this out. But the short answer is yes, from my understanding, is that we are going to have to identify at least a decent amount of sites that can accommodate at least 4 units. And that probably means identifying new sites that currently aren't zoned for that level of density.
So isn't there an average lot size in Foster City that could be used? I mean, is it 5,000 square feet or something like that for a single family?
Yeah, it's about 5,500 to 6,000 square feet is the average lot size.
And how would we fit 4 units on that size of a lot? Obviously, it's got to be at least 2 stories. And how do we keep setbacks for neighbors front and back on the sides, I guess, reasonable if we've got 4 units on 5,000 square feet?
So Kai, correct me if I'm wrong, but my reading of this was, it says that it's on site zoned for at least 4 units. So that would apply to our multifamily zoning districts, correct? And not our single family zoning?
Yes, it's any zone. That's right.
Okay, so we're not permitting a single family residence to be torn down and replaced with a 4-unit development, so long as it's for moderate or above moderate BMR housing. That's not what we're saying.
So I think I certainly understand the concern, and maybe I've invited this inquiry by including this in the staff report. So I apologize for that, but I think this is going to take some more analysis to figure out exactly how close we are to meeting this requirement as is, and then coming up with a plan sometime within the next year to 2 years about what, if anything, needs to happen so that we can comply with this law.
I guess as a real quick follow-up, now that I'm thinking about what you just said, the above moderate units, and I don't have the number in front of me, I can't get it quick enough. It's in the staff report or in one of the attachments. We have like 500 or more excess above moderate units, if I understand correctly. Can we use those to meet future requirements, or am I looking at the wrong numbers?
You're right, Councilmember Fruman. As part of the last housing element, we did overproduce on our above moderate housing, but we don't get credit for any of that towards our next housing element cycle, if that's what you're referring to.
So I guess well, I guess then that adds further concern for me. Unless we're building 100% very low and low income housing, BMR housing, the whole complex or the whole community is that way. If we're doing 20% every time, in order to get 2 low or very low units, we have to build 8 moderate or above moderate, which we're already way over to get there. Is that, I mean, so in order to reach our very low and low standards, we're going to add thousands of moderate and above moderate units to get there.
Yes.
What about market rate
Yes.
as well?
And I think that has been the biggest criticism that the state has received. Like, hey, you have all this housing built, but are they truly producing the affordable housing that we are in need of? And unfortunately, at least in my opinion, the answer is no.
No, I mean, unless you have, and I don't know the proper name of the development, the Mid-Penn housing that we've got in Foster Square area, that building there is all very low and low, isn't it?
Leslie, is that correct? Is that Mid-Penn or is that?
That's Mid-Penn, Alma Point, and if there's any moderate, it's very small amount. I can't remember the exact number.
But it's really difficult to get projects like that.
Oh yeah, they have
where the entire building is like that.
Yeah, they have 6 or 10 different sources of funding to pull off a project like that.
Right.
If I could add one comment on the AB 725, I think that was targeted at cities like, for instance, Los Altos Hills, where there is no multifamily. They have 1 acre minimum lot sizes. And this was saying to them, listen, that's not fair. You're not doing your fair share. You got to have at least 25% of your above moderate on multifamily sites.
Yeah, and I guess this kind of leads right into the one size fits all type of thing. You're writing a law that's really designed for Los Altos, Atherton, Hillsborough, and you're making it apply to potentially, it says including Foster City, making it apply to us. Just like the laws that they're writing to do all these things that we've been doing for 20, 30 years, and we get absolutely no credit for it. When other cities, I don't see, I understand Marlene gave some pretty good examples, I guess, of Cupertino or whatever that was forced to do some building that they didn't want. But you don't see a whole lot of that going on around the state. So there doesn't seem to be a huge carrot out there for following along and doing what you should be doing, what we have been doing over the years. It certainly would be nice if they looked at what we've done when ABAG is looking at dividing up who needs to do what and saying, you know what, Foster City, you've done an excellent job over the last 35 years doing this. We're going to lower your number exponentially and hand that out to other communities in the area that have not been doing that. It would be nice to see that gesture on the part of the state or ABAG in recognition of the work the city's done.
And if I could clarify, the meeting on Friday wasn't the total ABAG, it was just the committee, because I did not know about a meeting on Friday, correct?
That is correct. It was just the Housing Methodology Committee.
Right, okay. I have a hand raised, Evan Adams next, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what Councilmember Furman might have been going to the lot splits was AB 11 or SB 1120 that did not make it this year. But my questions have to do with a few other things. First of all, I know we blew through it real quick, but all the public comments obviously were regarding Lantern Cove and obviously Foster's Landing and along with Beach Park. And one of my questions on this has to do with the density bonus. In the examples given regarding the 588 units at Lantern Cove, or I guess the additional 420 units at Lantern Cove, does that include all possible density bonuses that they could potentially use there? Or could they come with more density bonuses?
They could start at the general plan of 35 units per acre and ask for more, but that's not what they're doing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have not seen it yet, so I wouldn't know. Next question regarding a beach park. The staff report calls it an existing church building. So if it's an existing church building, would AB 1851 apply from this year? Housing having to do with housing built on parking lots of religious organizations.
Kai, you want to take that?
Sure. I don't believe so, because my understanding of the project, and Marlene, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that it would be a private development of an existing lot owned by a religious organization, but the housing itself would not be created by the religious organization.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's my question.
Okay, thank you. I have Vice Mayor Gahani with a question.
Actually, can I make a few comments, or are we still in questions?
Well, we're not on. We're still on questions. We haven't completed the presentation yet.
Sorry, been
That's
quiet
okay.
for like 2 hours.
I know. Sorry.
No, staff did a great job with the reports. I don't have any questions. I'll wait. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I guess we can continue, please.
Yeah, Sophia, next slide. Okay, so with that, I'm going to wrap up my 2-hour-long presentation. Thank you for being patient. Again, really the idea was to provide a framework on all these various regional, state level, local housing initiatives. And also, you know, we just talked about the housing legislation. The one comment that I heard at a recent directors meeting, what keeps all the directors up at night is they can't keep up with all the housing legislation and everything going on with the state. And so again, the state's one-size-fits-all approach to housing densities and land use decision-making has received a lot of criticism. And there is absolutely little to no consideration given to capacity or availability of public transit, traffic, parking, water, sewer, schools. And we have lost our redevelopment funds. So there is also that added complexity of how do we provide, how do developers provide affordable housing without the lack of, funding. And we are also seeing that the legislation places very little burden on major employers that continue to add more jobs in areas that are already facing a major jobs housing imbalance. And so to kind of wrap it all up, the issue of affordable housing and housing in general is a very complex issue, and it needs to have a multi-pronged approach to solve it. And what we're hoping is to have dialogue with the Planning Commission and the City Council in the next, in the immediate future, in the next 2 to 3 years, as we work on our housing element update, is how we can come up with a housing strategy that really is suited to Foster City, and we can work with the constraints that we have. With that, thank you again for your patience, and open for any further questions or follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene, and thank you, Leslie. I think that was a great presentation and clarified up a lot of questions that we had. So I really thank you for that. It really helps, I think, to get together with the Planning Commission and really hear this stuff in detail. So I thank you. Because I don't want Commissioner Wyckoff to feel like he's a potted plant, I'm going to ask him for his comments first, if that's okay with everybody else. Go ahead.
Thank you. One of the thoughts I had when I read the staff report, and I went through it 2 or 3 times. And by the way, I wanted to say that I thought the last 2 paragraphs of the staff report were just excellent. And in my mind, the major part of tonight's hearing. I've been trying to figure out, we spend a lot of time on trying to solve the affordable housing problem. And there's no doubt we should be concerned about the lack of affordable housing throughout the state. But Foster City has an excellent history, I think, of encouraging the development of affordable housing. My thoughts go along the line of thinking about some of the major, where some of the major lack of affordable housing, primarily in the service industry job sector. That's in general, I think, where a lot of people can't afford the housing that we have, and which would include, among others, the teachers, medical workers, hotel and restaurant workers, as well as the multitude of minimum wage earners. These employees are necessary for functions and businesses which provide the services our citizens need and want. This is out of the box, I'm sure, but maybe it's time to target those functions and businesses and mandate them to provide an affordable wage in urban areas, or better yet, require them to provide affordable housing. I know that that's probably very strange and out of the, my wife said that she almost thought I was turning progressive when I let her read that. Which those of you that know me know I'm not progressive. Anyways, I read a very interesting article this weekend in the Mercury News. And it was by Dan Walters. He's a columnist for Cal Matters. And I think it's an article that would be worthy for all the council members to read. I'd like to quote some excerpts from it to our group. Again, another reason for the failure to meet housing demands are many, but one long ignored factor, the insanely high cost of building so-called affordable housing. And he goes out and goes on and points out the cost of low-cost housing for a unit at around $350,000 to, in one case, it went up to 1.1 million in the Sacramento area before a developer finally backed out of the deal. Anyways, he goes on and says, an alarming example of how political, economic, and bureaucratic forces have converged to drive up the cost of such housing at a time when growing numbers of California needs it. The LA Times went on to point out, analysis of state data found that apartments cost an average of about $500,000, which in some cases is more on a square footage basis than it costs to build a 2,000 square foot house. Mr. Walters goes on to point out other outrageous examples and sums up his article in the following way. These outrageous numbers, driven by bureaucratic tangles, misplaced environmental restrictions, and high mandated labor costs, and unless state officials do something about them, we will never solve our housing shortage. I guess in short, and this is my point, government can only solve the problem when it recognizes it is a major part of the problem. To this point, the most cogent part of the staff report, as I indicated before, I think were the last two paragraphs. It's important, absolutely, to be concerned about the availability of affordable housing, and I'm not negating that need to do that, but I'd also postulate a higher priority for a planned community such as Foster City should be the needs and concerns of its citizens and business community, that being public safety, police and fire, public works, sewer, water, infrastructure, and equipment maintenance, repair, and replacement, proper planning, parks and recreation, as well as the normal administrative functions. And it just seems to me that we spend more time talking about housing than we do about the other original functions of why cities became cities. Again, I don't want to eliminate the thought that there's a concern of affordable housing, but Foster City is a planned community, and we've done a great job. And we spend more time on this housing stuff, and with the mandates, what's needed obviously is what is suggested in the last two paragraphs. And I think at some point in time, the council may want to decide to develop some type of a strategy to address those one size fits all with the state we keep saying the state causes, not the state. State didn't do anything. That's an entity. It's the state legislators that have done this to us and the state bureaucrats. And so those are my comments, whether they're enjoyed or not, but I feel better. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next, I see Vice Mayor Gahani with his hand up.
Oh, thank you so much. I promise you these comments are my own, even though they come after Commissioner Wyckoff's eloquently spoken comments. You know, I really appreciated our conversation earlier today, Commissioner Wyckoff. Let me start off with, and again, these are my comments, but it seems to right where Commissioner Wyckoff left off. Let me first thank staff. Phenomenal job on the reports, all the supporting documentation. This has got to be the first, not the last conversation, right? This is just the beginning. We need to reintroduce this to the community and have a deeper discussion because the dynamics here have changed significantly when it comes to our control. So we need to path the communication back to the state, not just for Foster City, but for the region. We are in the economic epicenter of the economic epicenter of the world. And one size doesn't fit all. And we simply can't focus on one variable and build our way out of this issue. Let me give you an example. And Marlene, please correct me if I'm wrong here. With our current inclusionary policy, we would have to build 7,900 to 10,700 units to meet the projected RHNA numbers. And we're built out. We have around 14,000 housing units right now. We would have to grow by 60 to 80% to meet the projected RHNA numbers. Am I off on that, Marlene? All right, thank you. That doesn't make sense to me. We need an intelligently integrated public transportation system. We need investments in education, private investment in expansion of Silicon Valley eastward and south, and a reintroduction of state development funds. We can't just look at housing alone. I also recommend that our inclusionary policy be increased as high as possible to truly help those in need. And in addition to increasing the percentage of low and very low income residents, increase the percentage of development for low and very low income residents, because that's very near and dear to who we are as Foster City. My second to last comment is for Jordan Grimes, and I believe he's still on, and I appreciate him staying on. You know, I need to explain why I was shaking my head while you were speaking. You know, initially it was because I felt like you disrespected the previous speaker in your tone and selection of words you used to convey your position. But it's always really good to know where you are. When selling homes in Foster City, T. Jack Foster Sr. refused to include the clause about not selling homes to people of color, a clause that was common in many CC&Rs. And if I'm not mistaken, Foster City was the first city in the state to remove that clause. Today, we are one of 29 cities who have met our very low, and above moderate targets. There are 510 jurisdictions that have not. Stating that we are terrible actors is not only misguided, it's just flat out dead wrong. And I totally support your drive and your initiative. Your challenge really isn't your speech, it's your execution. I highly recommend you use your time wisely. It's for a good cause. And attend council meetings for approximately 95% of the state that isn't meeting its RHNA numbers. So a little more Miyagi-Do, a little less Cobra Kai. And finally, as an example of how civil and respectful we are in Foster City, my last comment is for Commissioner Adams, someone who I don't see eye to eye with when it comes to development, especially in Foster City. I want to congratulate you on getting married.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Anybody else want to make some comments? Councilmember Wasthi, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would also echo thanks to the staff, Marlene, Leslie, Dante, This was a very comprehensive report. As I look at what all we have discussed, and not just this meeting, but also the previous meeting that we had when we talked about ADUs and frustration from majority of us on the requirements that are slowly but surely taking away local control, and we are not able to do anything about it. So in today's discussion, we kind of saw both sides. We saw the problem from pro-housing lens, and we saw the problem from anti-housing lens. We know from the pro-housing standpoint that the job versus housing shortage has led to homelessness problem, and there are many points, many pros to a pro-housing approach around eliminating racial segregation, growing economy, stopping climate change, the issues with more heterogeneous societies, if you will, with availability of housing for workforce, for teachers, and for folks doing other services. And from the anti-housing lens, we heard loud and clear the risk of loss of local control on land use, the inappropriateness of one size fits all, lack of housing sites in already built out Foster City, impact to schools, impact to infrastructure, water, streets, public transit, traffic, parking limitations, and above all, the financing and not really moving the target on affordable housing. So we looked at the problem from both ends. So what do we do now as a council? Based on Friday's meeting that Marlene shared, it seems like for 2021 to 2031, RHNA requirements for Foster City will be above 2,000 units. So what do we do as a council? We continue to keep expressing our frustrations. What would that get us? Are we as a council planning to meet those requirements? If yes, what is our strategy? We should be talking about that. If no, and is that even an option? Is that even an option? And if no, what is our strategy? I think it's very important to move beyond frustration and toward action-oriented approach on what we can do about this problem. We should start really listening to understand each other. The region and the state will continue to apply pressure for cities to meet RHNA goals and to make the proper planning decisions to accommodate new housing at all income levels. However, it is very well known that this continues to be a policy issue. Majority of the housing bills this year have failed. And Foster City is not the only city and Foster City residents are not the only residents who are voicing their concerns on the impact on quality of life and infrastructure. But what are we really doing about it? So I spent some time thinking, and there's no easy answer. And I talked with some of our regional electeds at the regional level as well. And here is an idea, coming from my action-oriented approach. Here's an idea that I would share today to do something about it. It may or may not lead to success, but we have to throw darts at the problem, and one of that might stick. So coming from that action-oriented approach, I think we need to collaborate as a council to come up with a housing exemption bill. And what I mean by that is, and again, I'm not saying that it will be successful or not, or it is correct politically from all different sides, if you will, but the way we collaborate on it from both pro-housing and anti-housing partners, it may lead to something. Like I said, none of the housing bills have succeeded so far this year. So we got to be able to figure out how we work together to solve this problem. So it has been said multiple times, Foster City is one of the 29 cities that has met their prorated, very low and above moderate income RHNA numbers. So I'm now talking about why Foster City would need an exemption and what would that look like and what would that mean. What I'm proposing that we collaborate on a bill, and then we get support on that from both sides. We meet with regional electeds, we talk with regional other city council members and other regional electeds. Why Foster City needs an exemption, we all know that. We are an island and we need to come up with data and facts on if that is even an argument. Traffic issues, entry and exit, ability to build parking, transit. So we know we don't do that well when it comes to transit, the access, the frequency, and above all, voice of the community. What is our community asking for? There is a reason why local government exists. There is a reason why there's no one else other than 5 of us to take the best care of our residents. And we need to be able to respect that voice. How many cities similar to Foster City are out there that we can collaborate with? And like I said, on both sides. So articulating this problem, collaborating, supporting with data and facts on these reasons that I just went over, maybe looking at how many jobs Foster City created, how much land we have, get community input, and perhaps it will lead to something. So this is an idea for everyone to consider, open to thoughts and suggestions, and other thoughts as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Hand up from Commissioner Jagtiani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the report. Well said, Richa. I think you said what I wanted to say. I think to add to what you said, basically Foster City is a planned community, and I think that in itself is a big reason for us as a community to go back to the state and defend our community, when it comes to housing and what they are trying to, do with these bills. Besides that, I think Foster City is one of the only cities in California with that many HOAs within its community. I think that is the second reason to go, to the state as well. And if we have the help with our HOA community to get them involved in this fight, that will also go a long way. Besides that, I think if this, before we come to all these bills that have been lined up for Foster City to consider, be it the affordable housing overlay zone and the multifamily, just one project, which is Lantern Cove, if one project can add up to 420 new dwelling units, we need to do a study as a city to understand if we pass all these and if we go along with what the state is saying, what are we looking at in terms of overall, number of units that will get eventually added to Foster City or could eventually get added, and how it'll impact our infrastructure, and are we even prepared as a city, to handle that?
Thank you. So I'd like to make a couple comments too, because I agree with everyone who's spoken so far. I think it's ridiculous to put that much of a burden on Foster City when we've been a good actor. And that's what really bothers me. Taking away local control is not the answer. We're the ones who know our city best. We and the residents. The state people, the legislators in the state don't know our city. We know our city. And I also think we need to mobilize the residents. The 5 of us can't do it alone. We have to have the voice of the residents behind us. So if we can mobilize the residents to take action, I think that will help as well. collaborating with other cities, because I know in some of the committees that I'm on, the other cities feel about the same way we do. They're being pushed as much as we are, and they're having to develop more than we are. So they feel the same way we do. So we discuss this a lot in our Ledge Committee, and we do have a lobbyist there. The state is just not listening. The state legislators are not listening. The last two paragraphs, Marlene, of your report, I agree. They're my feeling exactly. It was amazing to read it, because I said, that's exactly how I feel. They're taking away our control of our city, and they don't know how to do it. They are clamoring around, putting out these bills, and not looking at the consequences of these bills. You know, what are the consequences of building all this housing? Okay, are they giving us any money to improve our roads? Are they giving us anything for the water rates? Are they giving us anything at all? Any incentive at all for this? But another way to look at it is, if you put this pressure on the developers are not going to want to build, because they can't afford, it doesn't pencil out for them. They can't afford to put that many affordable units. So it doesn't pencil out for them. So these bills are not going to work if you can't get developers to develop. And I don't think that I don't think the legislators are looking closely enough at the consequences of some of these bills. I think they're just writing bills because they think building more housing is the way to solve the housing problem. It's not the way to solve the housing problem. It's a multidimensional issue. It's multifaceted. It's not just housing. It's not just if you build housing, they will come. It's not just that. And I like the idea of teaming with businesses, maybe to provide housing or affordable wages. You know, maybe if they provide the wages that will allow people to live in these areas, that might be one way to approach it. I think right now we have to look out of the box. We have to come up with some ideas that are out of the box thinking. And if we do come up with a bill, if we came up with some legislators who are willing to help us with this situation and write some kind of an exemption or something that makes more sense for cities like Foster City, that might be a way to go about it. But we have to mobilize the residents as well. In my opinion, that is very important, because I think they will listen to their constituents, maybe even more than they listen to us. So those are my comments.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner
Yes,
Paul.
I would just like to thank staff for a great report. It was on the money for sure. And I do agree with the last two paragraphs of the report that Commissioner Wyckoff mentioned. It was plain, and like you say, we are a planned community, and one size don't fit all. Our community is put together as a plan. How did we become a planned community? There must have been some guidelines for that, but they're not looking at it as a planned community. You know, you can only fill the bucket so much. If you got a gallon bucket, you can put a gallon material in it, and that's it, and everything run over. And I think we're about to run over because we are built out just about. And with all the questions and answers to the ADUs, there's still some that has to be figured out, because it's not plain to me of the setbacks and attached and detached and to maintain the character of our neighborhoods and things like that. But other than that, it's a great session that we had this evening, and I've learned a lot, and I would like to thank you, Mayor, and the staff for the report. So those are my comments so far.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Fruman, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to also echo the comments regarding the staff report. It's a very meaty topic. There's a lot to understand in there. Actually, I only got through half the report before I got a migraine, because how detailed and how much information there is. But Marlene, you've had a smile on your face every time someone has said something about the last two paragraphs, and you should have a smile on your face. I'm proud of the information that you put in there. It's right, spot on. The second thing I wanted to cover was I want to share Vice Mayor Gahani's comments regarding looking at the bigger picture. You would think that in state government you would look at the bigger picture, and they simply aren't. There's way more to this topic, and I'll hit on a couple of those in a second. I too want to take offense to Mr. Grimes' comments. Foster City has been a leader in the state for affordable housing, reaching our goals and doing what we can to do our best to meet the needs of our residents. Foster City, again, as people have said, is a built-out community that's based on a plan. It was a plan by T. Jack Foster to put together a wide variety of housing types and housing opportunities for people. And we have just that in our community. If you look around, people are talking about the HOAs. We have apartments, we have low income or below market rate, we have market rate, we have homes, we have on the water, off the water, townhouses, condos. You can't get any more diverse than we have in the way of housing in Foster City. And I think it's really important to note that everybody who is on this call right now who lives in Foster City moved here for a reason. And it wasn't because of the affordability of housing. It was because of the character of the community in which they wanted to raise their families, send their children to schools here, be in a community where you're not surrounded by cement and stucco and whatnot. You're surrounded by trees and parks and opportunities. And the more the state pushes for housing, the more housing we will have and the less opportunity we will have for our residents. Council member, city manager, Commissioner Wyckoff mentioned the affordable wages. Is very true. You know, I mean, it's a snowball effect a little bit. You raise the wages, it raises the median income, it raises the BMR values. But the fact of the matter is that if we want people to be able to afford what can be reasonably and affordably built around here, we need higher wages for people to be able to do that. The cost to build is significant, and you can't avoid that. The other comment that was already made, and Marlene made it in her second, the last paragraphs, which is right on point, is the reason one of the parameters is being used to decide how much housing we need is job growth. Yet nothing is being done to deal with the companies that are providing that job growth. Why not the linkage fee? I wasn't part of the decision to do that, and I'm not going to say it's a bad decision. I don't think it goes far enough. A linkage fee gives you money to do something. Well, if you don't have the land to do something, that money really doesn't have any value. If a company wants to expand their footprint and bring in more employees, they should be required to build housing on their property. They own it, they build on it. Build housing for some of those employees of theirs. Number one, it deals with affordability because they're providing it below market rate to their employees. Number two, it deals with commute because those are people that aren't on the roadways. They're walking from their house to their place of work on site. And it fits right in with these big companies. These big companies, Sun, Google, Oracle, all of those companies have all of these amenities on their sites to keep their employees there. Because the longer they keep them there, the more they work. If you house them on your property, you're keeping them close. It supports exactly the environment they want to have for their employees. Next, I think I heard Councilmember Awasthi mention about legislation, not the state's legislation, our legislation. Maybe we need to put together a bill that we can bring forward, a proposition for the residents of California to say, no more. We're done being told what to do. We're going to do what's right for our communities. Because as the mayor mentioned, we have lobbyists in the state at the Capitol. We have lots of cities that share our concerns, and our representatives simply don't care. They're not listening. And that leads me to my final point, and probably the most important point. It is very easy for our residents to look at the legislative digest at the state and know exactly who authored these bills that we're talking about. They can look at the vote on those bills and know exactly who voted for them. Those people you may see their names again just next month. If you really want to send a message about what you want in your state, send your message on your ballot next month. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else want to make some comments? Yes, Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks to staff, clearly a great report. My biggest challenge with the state approach is really more like demanding all these things from local governments, yet not providing any assistance. The redevelopment agency was taken, yet the same requirements are required. Things are even tightening a little bit more, and yet the state simply, it seems like the role is pass the legislation and pass the cost and the buck into local cities. And that's, I think, is an unreasonable expectation. So the state needs to step up and if the state wants to see more housing, need to step up and provide the financial assistance and the mechanism for the cities to do so. That's number one. Number two, clearly there's a housing crisis in California, and I think that is what's driving all of these legislation. But the deeper I dive into this and sitting on the council for those past few years, it really became apparent to me that the biggest problem in the housing crisis, at least for me personally, is the affordability of the housing more than the housing itself. For example, here in our region or in our city, if someone has $1.5 million or $2 million, it's not that difficult to buy a house in a week or two. It really isn't. If someone is making $10,000, $12,000 of income a month, it's not really that hard for them to rent a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom apartment or a townhome. It's really the challenges on our middle income folks. And when I talk about that, and also the service workers, right? You're talking about your teachers, the lack of affordability. You're talking about people who are instrumental of making this community what it is today. You're talking about teachers, nurses, people who really, we talk about our quality of life. These are instrumental in our quality of life. We are entrusting our children, our future, with the teachers. And a teacher who is getting paid whatever amount of salary he or she is getting and cannot afford to live among us, that's a recipe for a disaster. And one need not to look further than San Francisco and other neighboring cities to see how the migration of teachers and the lack of teachers in their schools. So we need to figure out, quite frankly, how do we address the affordability of the housing so we could continue to have this diverse, because Mr. Foster really designed this community as diverse as it is today. He did on purpose, planned it in a way that we have our single family homes, we have our townhomes, we have our condominiums, we have our apartments. And he did that because he wanted to have this diverse community, socioeconomic diverse community, for all of us to come in and build this community that we enjoy today. So raising the wages, Commissioner Wyckoff, that's a great idea. However, I think if you want to expect the businesses to pay these livable wages, which we're talking probably about $25 to $30 an hour, we need to make sure our residents are ready to pay $10, $15 a cup of coffee. Because without that, it's not going to happen. The small business is not going to absorb that. There is no room to absorb it. So as we know, it's all snowball effect. So, but the reality of the matter is we are in such a great country, the richest country in the world. And the sad truth is that you have folks who are working 60 hours a week and dual income household, and still they cannot afford to rent a one bedroom in this county or in this city. And that is, one need to reflect on this and see if something wrong with this. We're not talking about people who are not willing to work. We're not talking about people who are lazy. We're not talking about people who are unemployed. We're talking about members in our society who are doing everything that is required of them. And as a government, we are failing them if we are not providing them with the proper skill set to earn higher wages. So these minimum wage jobs really, in my view, should be more for transitional young adults, high schoolers, college, to fill those. And all the other adults should be able, especially those who are willing and are working, the 50 and 60 hours, should be able to earn higher wages. That's the government's role to make sure those skills and those trainings are available for all those people. But this is a very complicated issue. It really is. But affordability is a huge issue, and we need to think about this as we dive deeper into these kind of discussions, is what kind of community do we want to see in Foster City? Yes, we want to preserve our quality of life. Yes, we want to have certain neighborhoods kind of remain the way they are because that's why we moved here. But at the same time, if there are requirements and we know where the state is heading, there's no question about it, the state is heading, we could attempt to fight, and I'm not dismissing the ability to fight or the ability to collaborate with others, but I could tell you from the meetings I have attended, regional, whether regional or state, probably 80% of the cities believe they have a special situation that they need to be exempted. And if that's everybody's opinion, then we, as 80% that we think we should be exempted in our community, we should figure out how do we solve this issue. Because the fact of the matter is, we do have a problem as a state as far as housing. So I don't know. How do you fix it? I really don't. But what I know is the state needs to be more involved than just passing legislation, more involved in leading, and more involved in providing resources to cities to execute what needs to be done. But just to say we're not going to do anything, I think it will backfire on us. So we need to have a conversation as to identify where and how much we could put more housing to accommodate, I think, our middle class, to accommodate our teachers, to accommodate our nurses, to accommodate the folks who work at Starbucks and serve us a coffee or at Safeway. Those folks, if they want to live here, they deserve to be able to live here. So that diversity in housing to where you have what we have now, about 500 units, we should strive of increasing that stock of affordable housing so we could protect the character, not just the character of the community, it's not just the aesthetic of it. In my view, it's really the diversity of the community, the socioeconomic diversity. When my kids go to school, I don't want them all to be in the same level that we are. I want them to be exposed to everyone, the better and the one like us and the one who happen to be a little bit financially not like us. That will make them stronger members of our society in the future. And that's what society is. Society is not monotone. It is really diverse. And the sooner we do this, the sooner we try to figure this out, the better we are. So in conclusion, basically what I'm saying is, our approach should be two-pronged approach. It should not be just, let's go ahead and fight the state. We should also continue to really work on how we could identify where and how much we could add housing, and specifically affordable housing. But I understand what the Vice Mayor has said. What would it take in the current structure? What would it take to build market rate housing to get to where our goal we want to get? Maybe not the arena numbers, but still, we need to have more. Again, this is a very long conversation. I'm glad that everybody is here and everybody's chiming in, and hopefully we could have more and continue this path and figure out what's the best way forward to Foster City. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams has his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I think when we look at all of these issues, I think we always, well, first I want to say, Marlene and Leslie and the whole staff, I know these meetings are very stressful and preparing for them is just so much work. I know I spent all weekend getting ready. I mean, on Friday, I listened to the ABAG meeting, and then I was reading about the MTC meeting on Wednesday and all the things that are coming up at that. I mean, it is so much work, and I appreciate all your work. And, you know, I think it really made it clear today that there are a lot of things coming down the pipe at Foster City, what we need to plan for, what we need to get ready for. And ultimately, like as a planning commissioner, the planning commission's job is to do what the city council tells us to do. Period, hard stop, end of story. You are the policymakers, you put your names out there, you ran for office, you know, you tell us to do something and we do it. Very adamant about that. As someone who worked in the state capitol for a time, the people under you, their opinions do not matter. What matters is what you all tell us to do. And all we can do is give you the best advice we can. And when it comes to advice, I always ask, you know, what is the goal? What is the goal of this business objective? What is the goal of this policy? What are we trying to get to? Is Foster City's goal to meet RENA? You know, pay attention to the HCD July update. The Excel sheet says that Foster City is not making progress anymore on our affordable housing requirements. That's an important thing to understand and be ready for. I absolutely would have to confer with Commissioner Jaxiani's perspective. We need to do a study. We need to include in that study what opportunities we have, and also what sort of impact fees would be used. What would sort of impact fees would come forward on potential developments to help pay for roads and sewers and levees. We all know that when you do an environmental impact report, the environmental impact report includes things like schools, school size, school ability. The schools are included in that process, but it's all the other things. We have a levee, we have sewers, all those things are so important. What is the goal that we want to accomplish, and how do we get there? Is it paid for through those sort of things? The goal could also be maybe we don't apply, in which case we have to get ready for streamlining. As I said, when I applied to be on the Planning Commission, the HAA, SB 35, SB 330, those have significant legal power. And it isn't just Cupertino that had project requirements streamlined. San Mateo had it. They went all the way through the court system for it. Los Altos did it. Los Altos, or maybe it was Los Altos Hills, they tried to appeal and the judge insisted on a bond being placed. These are the sort of risks that maybe Foster City financially doesn't want to engage in. You know, that these can be severe and extreme financial risks. And so with that in mind, you know, I want to encourage the council that the Planning Commission, as the Planning Commission, we need lots of guidance from you. You know, I remember on the hotel, Councilmember Ghani's focus on noise. You know, it's something I took very seriously. I have heard Mayor Mahanpour on issues having to do with the seismic stability of our bulkheads up against the water. Take that very seriously. We need more impact, more input like that. It's these objective design standards. Those are our best opportunity to avoid streamlining. We had a unique opportunity the last round, but now we have to be ready for that. We have to be ready to try to avoid or try to mitigate the effects of any streamlining onto our community. Councilmember Ghani, absolutely, you know, thank you so much for those kind words. And as I've told you in the past, I think you and I agree on far more than we disagree regarding, well, and you know, you never know when we might be able to find middle ground. But, you know, as someone who would love to own a single family home in Foster City someday, I'd love to see that home go up in value, and I will be there with you. So, and on this literal boat together. In that, you know, we have to have a productive, lots of back and forth, lots of input. I'm always available. You know, with the example of how do we deal with housing in commercial zones, you know, everyone should pay attention to SB 1299 from Senator Portantino on the last, in the last session. That would have involved housing in commercial zones. it will probably come back. He's a very powerful figure and has had significant impact on housing legislation. It could certainly be part of a bargain struck. Further, as we're talking about things like lobbyists and things like that, I attended the State Planning Commissioner Academy right before COVID started. And I spent 3 days sitting with the nicest council member from Pleasanton I've ever met. And she and I did not get along at all on policy items, but you know what? She and I talk almost every other week to some degree. She's a fantastic individual, and I've learned so much from her. And, we have to remember that sort of event, that, I haven't been able to give it to anyone, but, that sort of event was put on by the League of California Cities. And I picked up all my fellow planning commissioners, these little lapel pins for that. And, those are our lobbyists up there. And I have to say, at that event, the lobbyists were super clear. They were crystal clear, and they were fighting for the same sort of local control things that people tonight have expressed a desire for. They've been trying, but obviously on a state level. Not California is not an island. We, I guess, are. Finally, Foster City, yes, is a planned community. Yes, we do need to plan for the ABAG methodology committee, that information that came out on Friday. I think we have to realize, I think the recommendation coming from them was kind of a keyword, kind of a phrase. I think it's going to be about 2020 by 2021, or 2030 by 2031, I think was their number. And we'll see what ABAG actually decides. But, we're a planned community. And I would just like to add a phrase to that. We are a planned community that is 50 years old, okay? So we will be adding more people to our community. We will have the concern of affordable housing in this town. We have to remember that 0% of 80% is still zero. And so we have to make it feasible for people to do things. And a higher affordable housing requirement could backfire substantially on our community. And I would wave a yellow flag at that. Finally, just in general, Foster City, I hope Foster City becomes I just totally agree with Councilmember Indy's statements. Foster City is best not from a perspective of what is here, what buildings are here, what roads are here, the fish streets. If Foster City is a city of people, it's a city of diversity, and it's that diversity that we should absolutely celebrate. And I hope Foster City in the future is a town where a teacher can live here, a teacher that works here can live here and can afford to live here without someone else's help. I so agree with that perspective that diversity, embracing that diversity, it's not just, we're not here to just build a Foster City for the rich. We really are here, hopefully, that in the future, it's a diverse Foster City for everyone. And I thank everyone for all their thoughts tonight. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a final word. I personally don't think we have a choice but to go along with the AHAs. I mean, even if we decided to fight it in some way, I think we have to go ahead with that procedure to comply, because the risk on the other end of not complying is going to be vast. So I don't see that we have much choice. Just my kind of final words, but I know that Interim City Manager Hall wanted to make some final comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, thank you all for having this discussion. It's incredibly helpful for staff to kind of understand the different perspectives of council members and also Planning Commission. It also gives kind of the community and each of you a time to kind of hear each other out as we struggle to figure out what's right for our community. this is, and I said this at the beginning, this is not the end of this discussion. This was just to kind of set the baseline for understanding some of the issues and challenges that are facing us right now, and try to describe some of the interconnectedness of the issues. There are going to be opportunities when we come to you and to the community with these individual items we're going to implement. The AHOZ, that will be another opportunity to kind of talk through, educate people and talk about what we're going to do. We're working, as you know, through solutions with Foster's Landing. That's another opportunity to talk about housing, design standards, as we look at our housing elements and what it will include in the future. It's another opportunity for that. And we also plan to come to you with legislative updates of housing bills or housing legislation that has the potential to impact Foster City. So we are going to be engaging the community. I know that that's a big thing, but we're going to start from education, and we would encourage, I know the city council is doing this already, in galvanizing people who are interested in this issue. Please come, please learn with us, please provide comments. We'd also invite their planning commissioners to do the same thing. Encourage the public. We really need to hear, and we need to understand what the needs are, so that we can develop what strategy we will be using moving forward. So I appreciate the opportunity, Mayor, City Council, Planning Commission. This has been very helpful for staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I am going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody. It was, I think, a very productive meeting. I really appreciate your time. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.